A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Oh, blast it, just when we were settled down. Who do you think it is? I hope it isn't anybody.
You mean you hope it's nobody?
Yes, I guess so. I'm in the middle of a darn.
In that case, why don't you just let it ring? We'll act as if we're out.
That would be dishonest. I'm going.
Now, come back here now. What's dishonest about it? It's our door. Let's let it ring its head off.
It might be opportunity ringing.
Opportunity knocks.
If we don't answer it now, whoever it is will go away.
Good, good.
David, it's like not answering the phone. Only worse because it can't be a wrong number.
Well, force yourself, darling. Teach you some discipline.
I don't want discipline. I just want to know who it is. I'm going.
You are a weak-minded bride.
All right, I'm weak-minded, and I'm proud of it. Nobody there.
Who was it?
Now, you see, they went away. You beast. Now we'll never know.
Good. Come on, sit down. We'll resume our peace and quiet.
You may be able to resume it, but I won't. I'm on pins and needles.
Fine. You can use them on my socks.
You really can forget all about it. That doorbell's going to ring in my head all night.
Put on ear muffs.
Oh, Dave.
Now, let's see. What page was I on? Here we are. This is a fascinating book on architecture and concrete.
Oh?
I want to get it read by morning.
Oh, David. Are we always going to be happy like this?
We are.
You know, marriage is easy.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. All you have to do is love the person you're married to.
That's only the first thing and the easiest.
I suppose love is to marriage what the solid foundation of a building is to the rest of it.
Yep, that's it.
But, David, that sounds so much less exciting than it really is.
Oh, I think it's very exciting. Because when it's all built up, you've really got yourself something.
Our house has a terrific foundation, hasn't it?
Colossal.
Well, come on, Shakespeare. Let's darn some more socks. And don't purr so loud. Mr. Norton wants to read about cement.
Quiet again.
David! The doorbell.
What doorbell?
The front doorbell. Come on, we'll go together.
Come back here. You're imagining things.
What?
No doorbell rang.
But it did.
Must be ringing in your head. You got wheels in your head, like you said it would.
What are you talking about? You mean you really didn't hear it?
I didn't hear a thing, really didn't.
Oh, you're fooling. You good for nothing.
Fooling? Darling, you're fooling me. You really didn't hear the bells, did you?
Of course I did. David, you know you can make a person crazy saying things like that.
Well, I don't have to work very hard there now. I suppose you think you heard that bell.
Oh, you. Come on, Shakespeare. We've had enough discipline. And if it isn't anyone there, it's spooks.
There won't be. It's spooks.
Why, Fritz, you're the spooks.
Yeah, it is me. Good evening, Mrs. Norton.
Hello, Fritz.
Good evening, Mr. Norton.
Fritz, say, did you come up and ring earlier?
Yeah, I thought you was out.
We weren't, but when we got to the door, you'd gone. Oh, what a relief to know who it was.
I don't think Mrs. Norton would have slept a wink if you hadn't come back, Fritz.
I would not have slept a wink neither.
Fritz, what is it? Is Bertha all right?
Oh, no, Bertha, she is fine.
Oh,
it's wonderful. And for a second, I must tell you, we both so enjoyed the opera last night.
Oh, don't thank us, Fritz.
Fritz, you can go in my place any old time.
No. But I have something important to tell you now. I do not disturb you and Mr. Norton at this hour, but it is important.
Oh, come inside, Fritz. We'll sit down in the living room.
No. I tell you here. It's faster. Mrs. Norton, you would like an apartment of your own, no?
Would we? Our lease here's only for 2 months more, and I haven't found another thing.
Yes, I know. Bertha tells me how you would like to have your own furniture and carpet.
Oh, yeah. Where are we going to find it?
I think I'll find it for you.
David, now I really think I'm hearing things.
I heard that, too. What do you mean, Fritz? You think you found one for us?
Right here on the 12th floor.
The 12th floor?
Yeah, with the sun shining in the bedroom, and we painted for you because you're a new tenant. And they take with them everything. They leave you only the 4 walls and the ceiling.
David,
Now,
pinch me.
Let's not get excited, darling. Let's hear the whole story.
I tell you everything. I am the superintendent, so I hear first they are moving. I hear this afternoon. Mrs. Lee, she tells me her husband, he has gotten sick and they must go away by Monday. She gives me the apartment to rent. She has no time to bother. I tell Bertha, and Bertha, she tells me to tell you.
But things like this just don't happen,
Not
Fritz.
these days, anyway. Does Mrs. Lee have someone to turn the apartment over to?
She does not say so. She only said that I should ask if somebody wants it. She is upstairs now.
You mean we should go right up?
Yeah, tonight. But she asks only one person to come because of her husband.
Of course, yeah.
David?
No, darling, you go.
Me?
Yeah, it is better for Mrs. Norton. Another woman. The apartment is 12C.
Now, Fritz, Mrs. Norton and I don't know how to thank you for this.
Oh, do not try. We will be glad, Bertha and me, that if you move, you do not move away from this building. Well, I go now and tell Bertha.
We'll call you on the house phone, Fritz, as soon as I get down and tell you what happened.
I will wait for the phone.
You want me to take you up?
I'd love it.
I'll leave the door on the latch. Claudia?
Yeah?
We really don't want this apartment, do we?
David, are you crazy?
I mean, we don't really care much, do we?
Oh, no.
No.
We don't care much.
That's what I thought, because then it doesn't matter much.
As a matter of fact, it doesn't matter at all. Hey, did I say that?
You did. And I want you to remember, darling, we've been perfectly happy on the 2nd floor, haven't we?
Perfectly. Only I have missed the sun shining in the bedroom. And I do hate Mr. Tucker's furniture. And all the radiators spit and the faucets leak. And, oh, David, on the 12th floor we'll have an apartment with ceilings and sunshine and nobody's leftover furniture.
Nice shopping to you, darling.
Kiss me for luck.
Kiss you for anything you want.
Yes?
Mrs. Lee, Fritz told me to come up.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Norton. Come in.
Thank you.
We'll have to be quiet.
Would you rather I came back tomorrow?
No, I'd like to get this settled, but I won't be able to show you either of the bedrooms. My husband is in one, and my little boy is asleep in the other.
You have a little boy? Fritz didn't say that.
He's 7.
I suppose he's terribly excited about going away.
Terribly. He's planning a beautiful mountain holiday, skating and sledding with his father.
Oh,
I haven't the heart to tell him.
7 is such a little boy.
Have you any children?
No, we're just married.
Well, this is a nice apartment for children. One of the rooms faces south.
You mean we really can have it?
I don't care who lives here. We've been taken so by surprise, Of course, there's the matter of rent. We're paid up to...
Mrs. Lee, why don't you let my husband settle it with Fritz? Then you won't have to bother.
Yes, that's fine. Fritz knows all about it.
We won't have any trouble.
In a way, I'm glad Fritz sent you instead of somebody else. You've a long life ahead of you. This is a happy place to start it. My husband and I were only married 6 months when we moved in.
When you're ready to come back here, Mrs. Lee, will you let us know?
We won't come back. Not here. Don't wait for us. Don't Don't wait for anything, Mrs. Norton. Ever.
I won't. Is there anything I could do to help you? Could I pack or clean?
I'll do it myself. It's better to keep busy.
Well, then I'll go back downstairs and we'll make all the arrangements with Fritz.
I wish I could have shown you around. Would you like to see the kitchen and the living room? They're a little messy, I'm afraid.
I can see enough from here. I feel as if I've intruded, as it is.
No. You've been very kind, very considerate. Then starting Monday, the place is yours.
Oh, yes. You can count on it. And thank you, Mrs. Lee. Thank you very much. I wish I knew what to say to you about your husband, but I don't. I mean, I know how awful it must be.
Just wish us luck.
I do, with all my heart.
Is that you, dear?
Yes, it's me.
Well, how's the new tenant in 12C?
Fine.
You don't sound fine. What's the matter? Oh, darling, now don't be disappointed. You said yourself things like this don't happen. We've been perfectly happy here. I never really expected
It's not that, David. We are the new tenants in 12C. The apartment's ours.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you certainly had me fooled coming back looking as if you'd lost your best friend. It's ours? Ceiling, windows, sunshine, everything?
With a fireplace in the living room.
What's the matter? Isn't it a nice apartment?
I guess so. I didn't see much of it. David, her husband's awfully sick.
Oh. So that's it.
They have to leave for the mountains.
Oh.
I guess it must be his lungs. Oh, David, can things like that happen so suddenly?
Anything can happen. Suddenly.
A week ago, she never dreamt. And today... Oh, David, I'm not sure I want the apartment now. Somehow it doesn't seem fair.
I know what you mean.
She has a little boy. She's not much older than we are, and yet she's so wonderful about it. So much more wonderful than I could ever be. She even says she's sure we're going to love the apartment.
We are going to love it. When you stop feeling guilty.
You mean it's all right for me to be so happy, in spite of her being so sad?
You go right ahead and be happy.
Are you?
Yes.
There's an extra room, David.
There is, eh?
What do we use it for?
Oh, I have to think it over.
What about the walls, David? What color are we going to paint them?
Well, we'll have to think that over, too.
Say, we've got an awful lot of thinking to do. And an awful lot of thanking, David.
You bet.
You know, an hour ago I was so happy I thought I'd bust. Now because I'm a little sad, in a way I feel even happier. Does that make sense?
Profound sense, darling.
You too?
Me too.
Darling, do you think we're going to be 6 times as happy on the 12th floor as we've been on the 2nd?
Wait and see.
Oh, I wish it were now. I wish it were now.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. When guests say, don't go to a lot of trouble, they mean it. Folks enjoy hospitality more when it's effortless. That's one of the many blessings of ice-cold Coca-Cola. Not only is it delicious and refreshing, but serving it is the simplest, easiest form of hospitality you can offer. So keep it always on hand in your refrigerator. Buy it by the case and earn a well-deserved reputation for successful entertaining. Enjoy the pause that refreshes both hostess and guest. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again Monday at the same time. And now, this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, The Upholsterer.
Night. A gloomy street of small, grimy-looking shops, all of which are now closed and dark. In front of one of them...
Goldblatt! This is Perucci. Is everything all right with you? Goldblatt!
Hey, what are you doing, Perucci? Why are you trying to wake up old man Goldblatt?
Is that your business? And what is a small boy like you, Joey, doing out so late?
Late? It's only 10:30. Anyway, the old lady ain't home from work yet.
Joey, maybe you should go find for me a policeman.
You want a cop?
I think so.
What for?
Because... policeman is coming.
That's Carmody, the big flatfoot.
Officer Carmody! Officer!
Yeah?
Come here. Come here quick, please.
Yeah, something wrong, Perucci?
I don't know. A couple of minutes ago, Officer Carmody, I hear what sounds like gunshots.
Gunshots, huh?
Gee.
Where'd you hear 'em?
I was just going to bed behind my shop next door. Suddenly, from the other side of my wall, from Goldblatt's place, I hear boom, boom. Then I hear what sounds like something heavy falling to the floor.
Door's locked tight.
I call him. He don't answer.
Hey, maybe the old guy shot himself, Carmody. Or maybe he's been wounded. Hey, check the glass out of the door, Carmody.
Pipe down, kid. Perucci, isn't there a window at the rear of Goldblatt's store in the room where he sleeps?
See, but he's got iron bars on it, so nobody can get in.
You'll have to kick the glass out, Carmody.
I hate to disappoint your destruction-loving little soul, kid, but I'm not going to do any expensive glass smashing.
Then how are you going to get in?
Well, there's a transom above the door here, just big enough for a runt like you to climb through.
Me?
Goldblatt keeps that transom nailed shut, he told me.
Now, we'll see. I'll boost you up, kid, and you try it.
Okay. Give me the lift.
Right. Here you go.
Tight, all right. Can't move it a bit.
Well, I guess we'll have to do some glass smashing.
Swell.
But it'll be cheaper to bust that transom than the door. Here, take my nightstick, kid.
You going to let me smash it?
I can't reach it, and you can from my shoulders.
I'll bust it, but good. That did it.
All right, now I want you to climb through. But knock out all the glass so you won't get hurt.
Okay. I won't hurt myself. I'll crawl through now.
All I want you to do is drop down and unlock the door.
Hey, flash your light through the door glass, Tommy, so there won't be in the dark.
Okay.
Joey, I see a big chair lying on its side just inside the door. Don't skin your legs on it when you drop.
I'll keep an eye on that chair, Perucci. All set to go. Made it swell.
Now, you have to move that chair out of the way so you can get at the locks.
I'm doing it. Now. Turn the locks.
Door don't open.
Hey, wait. There's 3 locks in the store. Let me turn 2. Okay, now.
Okay, nothing. The door still don't open.
Don't?
You must have returned one of the 2 locks you'd already unlatched instead of getting the third one you missed.
I'll get them all this time. Let go of the knob, Carney. Let me open the door when I can.
Okay, but hurry. This guy Goldblatt would have to have his door triple locked.
Goldblatt is always afraid he's going to be robbed.
I got it, Carmody. The door's open.
Well, it's about time. Now I'll have a look behind that partition.
Me too.
Goldblatt's workroom is back at that door.
At least this partition door wasn't locked. Here's a light switch. Now we'll see.
Well, I don't see anything look wrong.
Neither do I, and I didn't expect to. You imagined those gunshots, Perucci.
Hey, look here behind this busted sofa.
What? Holy.
It's a Goldblatt. Officer Carmody. Is he dead?
Guy has 2 bullet holes through his chest. He's dead, all right.
He's been murdered. Just like the guys in the movies.
Perucci, close the front door. The killer's still in this shop. He's not leaving. Lock that door.
See, I lock him. Maybe the killer shook to me.
No, he won't. I'm keeping my eyes open, my gun ready. Not many places here to hide. Yeah?
Nobody under this bed, Carmody.
No, nobody in this closet either. Hey, you duck under that bed and stay there, punk, if there's any shooting.
I ain't afraid.
Do as I tell you. Nobody back of this pile of furniture. Nobody hiding anywhere. The killer ain't here.
I locked at the front door again.
Okay, Perucci. Well, let me have a look at this rear window. Yeah, closed and locked from inside, and there's heavy bars on it, just like you said.
Nobody could get through by that door in the front.
Well, there's no other way into this place or out of it. And since nobody but us are here now, it's plain that poor old Goldblatt committed suicide.
There's no gap beside him, Carmody.
A gun probably fell into the sofa, kid. Here, I'll push it out of the way.
No gun there, Copper.
I see no gun anyplace.
Neither do I. Must be under the body. I lift it up a little.
Still no gap.
No gap.
Like I said in the first place, this job is murder.
Yes, but if the killer got out that front door and locked it behind him before we busted in here, how could he have wedged that big chair back of the door after he was outside?
And nobody could get out of that locked window in the back.
Hey, this is a mystery, ain't it?
Yes, and too deep a one for me. Thank the Lord I'm just a plain uniform cop. I'm using this phone to call the station house. Let them turn the detectives loose on this one.
The homicide dicks weren't able to find any gun in that upholsterer's joint, huh, Casey?
No, Ethelbert. They practically tore the place apart looking for one. So.
But when the medical examiner got there, he said Goldblatt couldn't have committed suicide anyway.
Well, if the guy was murdered, how did the killer get out of the place?
Well, Captain Logan and his men are having a sweet time trying to figure that.
Yeah, they're going nuts, too. Miss Williams and I just came from headquarters where we talked with Logan and also the kid and the shoemaker and the cop who found the body.
They all tell a straight story?
Well, it sounded straight to me, yeah.
This has all the earmarks of a very baffling mystery. You and Miss Williams ain't been to the scene of the crime yet, huh?
No, we weren't working when it was reported last night.
But we're assigned to it now. Let's go to the Goldblatt shop and have a look-see, Casey.
Okay, Annie. Yeah, Logan said he'd be down there about now. Maybe I can help the poor guy crack the case, huh?
How you hate yourself.
I? Why, Annie, how can anyone have anything but affection for a charming character like me?
Hello, Captain.
Hi, Logan.
Oh, so you two are here.
Mm-hmm. So, this is the scene of the impossible Goldblatt murder.
Wait till you size up the joint, wise guy.
Oh. 3 good, solid locks on this door.
And the door was locked tight by at least one of these locks when the cop and that kid and Perucci tried to get in. But skip the locks and answer this one. After the killer shot the old man and was making his getaway, how did he manage to leave a chair lying against the door inside?
Which is the chair?
Here, this big old high back. Someone had left it here for Goldblatt to recover.
Well, the kid and the cop and Perucci all agreed his chair lay inside against the door, which opens inward.
Yeah, on its side. I think it was about in this position. Now, it had to be placed this way by somebody inside. It couldn't have been so placed by anybody outside.
Well, it may have fallen in that position after the door was closed.
Miss Williams, a big solid chair like this doesn't just fall. It has to be wrestled around. Besides, the neighbors say Goldblatt always put a heavy piece of furniture against this door when he closed up for the night. The old guy had a constant fear of being robbed.
Well, he was shot through the heart twice. Goldblatt couldn't have put the chair there after the killer left.
I know.
Dix from the precinct station got here before your guys did last night. I suppose they moved a lot of stuff in the joint.
Yeah, to make sure the killer wasn't hiding here. About the only thing they didn't shove around was this sewing machine because it was bolted to the floor.
Let me see where they found the body.
Come on. It was here in his workroom, behind that old sofa.
Have you learned a possible motive for the murder, Captain Logan?
No, Goldblatt had no enemies that anyone knows about. But he was so afraid of being robbed, a lot of people in this neighborhood figured he had a lot of dough stuck away here, so someone may have come here last night to get that dough, only they didn't get it, and apparently never even looked for it.
Yeah, we were told the precinct Dix found over $100 in Goldblatt's pocket and about $4,000 hidden in his mattress.
Those are the first places a thief would look for money.
Sure. Casey, see if you can figure it out.
Huh? Me? Oh, I'm just a newspaper mug, pal. You're the big chief of the homicide department.
Well, I'll soon be back at pavement pounding if I get many more cases like this. And that Casimir killing.
Haven't gotten anywhere with that either?
No, but I got a chance there. Whoever bumped off Charles Casimir for the $80,000 got some very hot money. That $80,000 was in $100 bills Casimir had just gotten to the bank, and the bank had made a list of the serial numbers, which we've circulated all over the country. Now, when the murderer starts to pass that...
well, wait a minute, though. He'll lay low for quite a while before he does that. He's even smart.
And he'll try to pass him eventually, and we'll get him. I wish I had a string like that on Goldblatt's killer. Say, Casey, you're a lucky guy, and sometimes you get hunches that don't turn out too badly. And now that you got the lowdown on this thing, you got any ideas?
Well, now, what are you paying for ideas these days, pal?
You going commercial on me?
Well, why not? When you're in a tight spot like this, a little first-class assistant from a qualified expert should be worth... Well, I'll tell you what. The next time a juicy murder is committed, you could let Ann and me in for an exclusive story and pictures.
You know I never show that kind of favoritism.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe the little idea I have isn't worth it anyway.
You got an idea?
No, it's just a small one. It was really not worthy of my genius.
Nuts to you. Get out of here and let me think.
Come on, Annie. See you later, pal.
I'm afraid so.
Hey, Logan, all the furniture in this workroom is stuff that Goldblatt had here for repairs.
Naturally, repairing and upholstering furniture was the guy's business.
Guess this is a chair he was getting ready to recover.
What else? The old cover's been taken off.
Taken off neatly, too. Lying here on the floor. Cut carefully around the seams. It wasn't hacked.
So what?
Now, this overstuffed chair next to it with a shabby old cover still on. Look at that. There's a couple of big cuts in the back. They're away from the seams. As though it had been slashed. It's interesting.
I don't see why.
Well, skip it then.
Say, Casey...
you still don't want to buy any ideas or hunches, pal.
If you're serious, I never give reporters or photographers of one paper preference over those of another paper.
Okay, tough guy. Well, I can't give a cop preference over my paper. So long,
You
pal.
can go to... so long, Miss Williams.
No, I apologize for this mug, Captain Logan. Goodbye.
Logan's sore at me again, Annie.
You have no right to rib him when he's in a spot like this. And I know you haven't even the germ of an idea that might break this case.
Annie, I not only have an idea now, but I've got a hunch.
Casey.
Wait a minute. Let me write down something quick before I forget it. There we are. Okay. Come on, now, let's get in the car. We're going places.
Where are we going, Casey?
Not very far, Annie.
Oh, will you please tell me?
Okay. All right, now. Here's the idea that Logan wouldn't buy. Giving it to him for free if he hadn't been so bullheaded. As it is, we'll prove it ourselves before he gets it.
Well, what is the idea?
Look, Goldblatt's neighbor, Perucci. He says that after he heard shots last night, he heard something heavy fall in Goldblatt's shop. And everybody, including myself, figured he heard Goldblatt fall. And apparently that's what Logan still figures. But, Annie, Goldblatt's body was found a good 20 feet away from Perucci's wall and directly behind a big overstuffed sofa. Now, Perucci didn't hear a body drop. He heard the crash of that heavy chair that fell behind that door as the killer ran out of the door and slammed it behind him.
Well, Logan said that the chair couldn't have fallen. And I think he's right.
It couldn't have fallen if it were resting solidly on its four legs. But suppose it was piled on top of another chair upside down. Now, there isn't much floor space in Goldblatt's joint. He must have had to pile stuff up so he'd have room to work.
And if that chair was piled on top of another, it might have toppled easily. The vibration of a door slam would dislodge it.
That's right. The precinct men had moved almost everything by the time that Logan arrived. He didn't see furniture in piles, and he doesn't always use his imagination either. And the killer didn't waste precious time locking that door either.
The Perucci and the policeman couldn't open it.
Because the chair fell between the door and that sewing machine that's bolted to the floor. It formed a solid wedge there until the kid moved it. Then, when he thought he was unlocking the door, he was really locking it.
Okay, I'll buy that idea.
Right.
Now, Where are we going?
To an address I wrote down a minute ago. It's on a work tag attached to a chair in Goldblatt's workroom. Annie, we're going to find out why there were several big knife cuts in the back of that chair. Yeah, there's the address, Annie. It's across the street there.
Furnished room to let sign in the window.
Yeah, rooming house.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be the landlady who sent that chair to Goldblatt for recovery.
Now, what's the full extent of your hunch about that chair, Casey?
It tells me to get acquainted with the Mrs. Potter whose name was on it. And I hope that she'll give me some information. Now, look, Annie, you wait right here in the car.
I will not. If there's information to get that may make news, I'm going to be where it's got
Annie,
me.
look, I'm not going to her as a newspaper guy. I'm going to let on I want to rent a room, see, and try to get her talking.
Well, both of us can be renting a room.
But together?
I've heard such things have been done. We'll pose as husband and wife.
Oh, well, that's something that hasn't been done yet. By us.
Well, it's being done now.
Huh?
For very impersonal reasons. Come on.
Oh, well, okay. Hope I can act like your husband.
Well, you'll never learn any younger. Maybe you'll never learn, period.
What?
Nothing. Well, you must have some sort of a plan, so you do the talking and I'll just stand by.
Yeah, that'll be best. Okay, here goes the doorbell. Better begin to look wifely, huh?
Don't worry about me.
Hey, someone's coming. Now, remember, let me do the talking.
Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon.
How do you do? We're looking for a room and saw your sign.
Oh, won't you and your husband come in?
Thank you.
I have a very nice double room on this floor that's just been vacated. Do you mind the lower floor?
Not at all.
Well, then come this way. Oh, what's your name?
Mr. Casey.
And Mrs. Casey.
It's a pleasure to know you. I'm Mrs. Potter.
Oh, it's nice to know you, Mrs. Potter.
Yeah.
Well, now, let's see the room.
One of my best. Was our back parlor when my husband was alive, but since I had to take in paying guests...
Yes. Do you like it, Casey?
You called your husband by his last name, Mrs. Casey?
It's a habit she got into before we were married.
Yes. It's a little unusual.
Yes. Well, I have a most unusual wife, Mrs. Potter. One thing, she lets me do all the talking while she just stands by.
I can see she's just a shy little thing.
Shy.
Shut up.
Suppose you try it. Well, this is a comfortable-looking armchair. New, Mrs. Potter, or is this reupholstered?
Reupholstered? And by that poor man who was murdered last night.
What? Murdered?
Oh, there's a big piece about it in the morning paper. A little old man named Goldblatt.
Why, we heard about that, Annie.
Yes, we did hear about it, Casey, darling.
Huh?
They say it's quite a mystery, but it's given me a personal worry. I let him take one of my chairs to his shop only yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning?
Yes, and now with policemen all over his place, heaven only knows when I'll be able to get it back, and in what condition.
Well, the cops take pretty good care of things like that. I believe they do. I hope you made note of the condition the chair was in when Goldblatt took it to his shop yesterday morning. Well, I mean, were there any tears or cuts in it?
Oh, no. It was just terribly shabby and needed new covering. But my. Sending that chair out taught me something I'd never suspected.
Oh, what was that, Mrs. Potter?
Well, it's been in the room of one of my oldest lodgers, a gentleman who lived upstairs in the second floor front, for over 5 years, and I've always considered him one of the mildest men alive. But he flew into the most awful temper when he came home from work last night and found out that I'd sent that chair to the upholsterer.
Oh, he did?
Oh, but you're not interested in such gossip, of course.
But,
do you like this room? I usually get $20 a week for it, but, well, by the month I might make it a little cheaper.
Oh, is it $20, huh? Well, have you any vacancies on the second floor, Mrs. Potter?
Yes, I have an empty across the hall from the gentleman I just mentioned.
Oh, you have?
Oh, but I doubt if you'll like it.
Well, could we see it?
Of course. This way. It's a much smaller room than the one I just showed you.
Oh, I won't mind that.
Oh, but maybe Mrs. Casey will.
Oh, no. I'm easy to please.
Yes.
Mind the stairs there. They're a little steep.
The gentleman who didn't want his chair recovered, is he in his room now?
No, he's never in this early. He's at business every day till 6 o'clock.
Oh,
but my, it's nearly that now.
What business is he in?
Oh, he's a bookkeeper.
Oh.
In the offices of the Charles Casimir Company.
Charles Casimir?
Poor Mr. Casimir was robbed and murdered only a short time ago. Dear. There's so much crime these days. Well, here's the room.
Oh, it's fine.
Swell.
We'll take it.
We haven't more than looked into it.
Oh, we've seen enough.
That's exactly what we want.
What's the rent?
Why, $15 a week.
Okay. Here we are. It's a week in advance.
Oh, thank you. Oh, when you move in?
Well, we're in now.
You haven't any baggage.
Well, it's outside in our car.
We'll bring it in later.
Later?
Now, I know you have a lot to do, Mrs. Potter. It's nearly dinner time, so why don't you run along downstairs and don't bother about us one little bit. See you later, Mrs. Potter.
Oh, but see you later, Miss Potter.
Well, this is a little irregular, but you look like such nice young people. Goodbye.
Did you get it, Annie?
Of course I got it. The man across the hall had something hidden in that chair, and when he learned it had been taken to an upholsterer who'd tear it apart...
He went to Goldblatt's. He slashed the back of that chair, took out what he'd hidden in it, and killed Goldblatt so he couldn't tell what he'd seen.
And Mrs. Potter said that the man worked in Charles Casimir's office. Maybe it was the stolen money that was hidden in that chair.
Yeah. Come on. The coast is clear.
Yeah. We haven't much time. It's 5:45.
15 minutes is plenty if we work fast.
Oh, his door is locked.
Naturally. These bevel spring locks have never kept me out of a place I wanted to get into. Not when there's enough space between the door and the frame. Put this little gadget I always carry.
Yeah.
Hey, that did it. Come on, quick, so I can close the door again.
Now what do we do?
Listen, Annie. If this guy killed Goldblatt last night in order to get back the money hidden in that chair, he's had to hide it again. Now, tell me when he's hidden it in here a second time.
Yeah, so we searched the place.
Right.
Look, Casey, maybe he's sewn it inside of something again.
Yes, that's probable. Yeah, look, here. There's a sewing kit on the dresser. It's a needle stuck in the lid. It's threaded with a piece of dark blue.
Well, that means he was sewing on something blue.
Yeah, there's nothing blue in the room.
Well, we haven't looked in the clothes closet. Maybe there's something in there that's...
Then I'll open the door and...
Don't scream, young woman. And if either of you moves, I shoot.
Well, this is quite a surprise.
It was very fortunate that I came home earlier than my usual time today.
Well, we wouldn't call it fortunate.
Back over to that wall.
What do you think you're going to do?
There's only one thing I can do to protect myself. Kill you. I have a car parked outside, and I can make my getaway. And there's something I'm taking along. My winter overcoat.
Casey, it's dark blue.
There are $80,000 in bills sewn in its lining.
Charles Casimir loot.
You are quite right. And now, goodbye.
You're not going to shoot us? No, you don't. No. Knocked his arm off just in time.
Yeah, you've knocked him out.
I'll see that he stays out, too. Annie, run down and get my camera from the car, will you? We get exclusive pictures and a story without any deal from our pal, Logan.
So this guy was the killer of Charles Casimir as well as the murderer of that poor little Goldblatt fella, huh, Casey?
That's right, Everburn. The Casimir job was his first crime. See, he worked in Casimir's office, and he learned about the $80,000 withdrawal that his boss was making, and he got a greedy impulse.
He never had a chance to spend a nickel of the dough he did 2 murders for.
Like I always say, to coin a phrase, crime does not pay.
That's right.
Well, it pays Captain Logan. He's been congratulated by the commissioner for solving the Goldblatt and Casimir jobs, and told that he's now right in line for an inspectorship.
How did Captain Logan get the credit?
Oh, hey, he deserved it. Yeah, that guy's a swell cop. Just because a pair of newspaper stiffs like Miss Williams and I run into a little luck.
Our Mr. Casey, whom I sometimes like, Ethelbert, called Logan in to make an exclusive arrest of the killer.
What do you and Casey get out of the deal?
An exclusive story. Plus pictures.
Casey got a bullet hole through the sleeve of his best coat when the killer shot at him.
Oh, I never liked that coat.
And I've got a blasted reputation with Mrs. Potter. She's found out that I'm not really Mrs. Casey.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
What you are about to hear is real.
Control 1 to car 40J, clear, 6:09 p.m. Orders 21 and 23, traffic control, Washington and Sepulveda. Frequency clear, KMA 394.
56-1 in service, starting mileage 12,321, 12321. Officers Perkins and Walters.
1 to 56, mileage 12,321. Detective Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, police recorder. Tonight you're riding in a detective unit just reporting for duty on the night watch. This is a black sedan, radio buried in the glove compartment, plain clothes. No identification of the police car. And while you're with us, remember, we have no way of knowing where we're going or what we're going to do. But there's one thing for sure. The two detectives up front, the people you'll meet, they're not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 56, on patrol somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Sure? Yeah, they were right between the two cars, but I can't see them now.
Turn around and take a look.
All right. Here's the situation. Quick picture. We split up to go to dinner. This is the uniform car with Officer Rayline driving. Sergeant Perkins is in Detective Unit 56, a block or two behind. And just a second ago, we got a quick look at a man and woman on the street in a fist fight. We're maneuvering our car now, waiting to get around to go back. Still can't see them. She had him pinned against the wall and swinging punches. Now we're around. Swinging around now. And into the curb. The couple have moved off the street and into a pickup truck just in front of us. Now that I have a better look, I remember the Perkins and I tangled with this couple a couple of weeks ago.
You mind stepping out of the car, sir?
A woman at the wheel. Man, tall, thin, uncoiling, rolling out on the street.
Go ahead and take me to jail if you want to. I haven't drove no car. That car don't belong to me. See? You finished? Yes, sir. You see this line? Yes, I see that. All right, I want you to walk it. I don't have to walk that line. I want you to walk it. I say I don't have to walk that line. You know why? If you want to take me to jail, go ahead and take me to jail. I don't owe nobody nothing, see? See what I mean? I don't owe nobody nothing. So if you want to take me to jail, that's okay with me.
Are you going to walk this line, mister?
Why should I walk the line?
All right.
Suspect refuses to cooperate. Flying going back to our car to radio for assistance. Well, stand by for trouble. Here comes the woman. Short, heavy, armed with an umbrella.
But he was in the car when you come and got him out of the car and asked him to walk the white line. Now, that's the truth. I don't care who you are or anything else. He was in the car when you come and drug him out and flashed the flashlight in his face. I just got him paying one $27 ticket, and I got another one right here in my pocket. You want to see it, but I just got it a few minutes ago.
When we came down the street...
Listen, when you came down the street and you drug him out of the car... No, I won't hush. I'm getting tired of this. Every time you turn around, there's a cop on the corner. So I'll go back to Bellflower where I belong. Maybe I belong in the country or something, but you was in the car when he flashed the light on you. I'm not that drunk. I did have 3 beers. I'd walk any street light they want to walk.
I'm not driving no car.
I know you're not driving the car. And you was in your own profession when he went and stuck that light in your life and your face. Well, I'm tired of this.
I know it.
I'm not keeping the city up.
I paid the $20.
I'll bet the
Perkins and his partner heard our call on the radio.
I'm getting tired of
Rolling up in 5 seconds.
Now, listen, don't manhandle me, bud.
Don't walk off when I talk to you.
Well, all right, then talk to me in a nice tone of voice.
Your language.
All right, here, lift my arm. I got a right the same as you have, if you are a cop.
I'm a police
All right,
officer.
I don't give it your 2 police officer.
Now, just a minute.
Please take your hands off of me.
I will. You will not.
All right, please take your hands off of me.
All right, now, what is the trouble?
Okay. We stopped there. We didn't even go in the going. He was sitting in the car seat, and I was trying to get him to go home.
All right.
And whoever it was that was driving this for a patrol car or whatever it was, kind of flashed the light on his face and asked him to get out.
That's
our profession, isn't it?
That's perfectly normal procedure. I think we've stopped you once before.
Oh, no, I beg your pardon. You've never stopped me before.
We have.
All right, where?
Right on Washington Boulevard. I think stop both of this.
No, no.
Oh, honey.
I've got a ticket right here tonight, yes.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
That's my business.
No, it's not your business.
Oh,
Our
yes,
business.
I beg your pardon. It is my business.
How much have you had to drink tonight?
How do I know?
No?
I can walk as straight a line as you can.
Well, let's see you walk this line down.
Okay, I can sure do it.
Now, if you'll come back here, please, and walk it the way I want you to walk it. You
Oh,
place your
yeah,
heel
I
and your
know.
toe together.
Toe to toe.
You've done it before?
No, I haven't did it before.
Well, then do it this way. Place your heel and toe together right down the line. You're not placing your heel and toe together. Look, like this. Put your heel and your toe together, right like that. Each time. See? Right like that. Put them together each time.
Uh-oh. Can't do it.
Come a minute, lady. Come a minute. Do you remember when I stopped you once before? Do you remember that, lady?
Yeah, right over here.
Right over there. What did I tell you at that time? I let you go that time, didn't I? You both had been drinking? You recall that?
Yeah.
Then I told you that if I ever caught you in a similar position again, that I wouldn't be able to give you that break. You remember that? Well, I think both of you better go in the station with that one.
Okay.
You want to watch him, Jim, for a minute? Ray, can I see you? Jim will ride in with you. When you get in, you better book him plain drunk. Okay, Ron. Ready, Don?
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, Reed. Huh? Thanks for lousing up my dinner.
Oh, don't mention it, Ray. Anytime at all.
A 5-6 to 1 on that 214 call. The 5-4 has a couple of 447s in custody, and they're en route to the station. We're clear. And requesting 7 at the New China Cafe. It's 5500 Washington Boulevard.
Control 1 to 5-6. Cancel code 7 and take this call. Meet car 5-3 at 2938 Birdsford. 2938 Birdsford. Citizen holding a prowler.
5-6, Roger. Reed, I think you're beginning to be a jinx. First you louse up Ray's dinner, and there goes ours.
Gee, I'm sorry, fellas. Tell you what, tomorrow I'll bring a box lunch.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
It's a quiet neighborhood. 2 uniformed cars parked in the driveway. On the porch, an officer has the suspect handcuffed. His partner, Johnny Moss, coming over to meet us.
What's the deal, Johnny?
It's kind of confusing, Sergeant. This fellow apparently has been peeking in the woman's window here, and her boyfriend heard a noise and came out and chased him into the backyard. And there was sort of a hassle there for a few moments.
Did you check his ID?
Well, that's another thing, Sergeant. He just lives down the street a couple of doors here.
Okay, we'll check him out.
Perk, do you recognize the suspect?
No, I don't think so. Why, do you know him?
Yeah, I know him. Suspect, mild, middle-aged, nervous.
You been drinking tonight?
Well, not much.
What were you doing in the yard?
Well, I mean, did you hear noises and stuff? I mean, you come out to investigate. I mean, you come out to
somebody
look.
else's yard to do it?
Well, you go anywhere, I mean, to
Why
look.
don't you call the police?
Why didn't you call the police? Well, I mean, you don't think of that right away.
I think it's a very dangerous situation. I don't think you're taking a perfect chance to get you shot. I'm going to hold him here, Johnny. We're going to talk to the people now.
Well, I suppose it was bound to happen. But this is the first time in several years of police work that we've encountered a suspect that I was personally acquainted with. Well, moving into the house. A young woman, visibly shaken. Male companion, tall, husky. And he's guiding us out to the back patio.
The gate right here. Was that gate closed? The gate was closed. The boy hit the gate. We're going out. And you were inside on the couch there. Right. And when you got up, what happened when you got up to come over here? I mean, did you see him? Where was he standing? Was he right here?
Well, I threw open the door, and he was right about here. He was moving. You know, when I threw open the door, he was traveling.
And how far did you have to chase him?
I had chased him out the gate. And as he went around the gate there, he slipped. He was getting up as I was coming on. He jumped on top of him. Yeah. Sure story.
Beforehand, I mean, he never made indication to identify himself to you.
No, he was strictly cutting out.
And at the time that you came out, did you have any idea who it was?
No, I had no idea.
Have you ever had any trouble like this before? I mean, anybody heard any noises on here? Yeah.
Well, maybe I didn't tell you guys.
No, you didn't. You told me.
Yeah. What the deal was, 2 nights ago, I had my wallet laying on the coffee table and here in my jacket. And they were taken out of there. About a matter of 10 minutes' time, I guess. And I didn't report it or nothing. I had no money in my wallet, just my papers. And I didn't figure it'd really do any good. So I just went down there with the papers. But that was the deal one of the night. Even then, I thought maybe it was hearing things, but I knew somebody had been in the house. And I mean, she's all shook up because she said, well, I'm not sure she is.
Well, when your wallet was taken, was your door unlocked, or do you have any idea how they got in to get it in?
Well, the only thing I did, I checked the back door, and it was open. I mean, she's never had any trouble here before. She always leaves her doors open, I guess. You know, unlocked. But since then, she's been keeping them locked. See?
Well, this may be the answer to this problem down here.
Yeah. I wanted to find my wallet out of the deal.
Moving back into the house. Pretty well established. This man committed an act of prowling. Possibly may be connected with a burglary. Knowing his background, he doesn't need money. Good reputation as a businessman. Now the question is why? Why did he pick this house? Was he here 2 nights ago? Did he take the jacket? There's a motive somewhere. See if we can find some answers.
It's much easier to find out about it now because it's going to save you a lot of embarrassment and a lot of trouble. We know what the story is and what the situation is. Don't walk away when I'm talking to you.
I'm not trying to walk away, Phil.
Now, how about this? This man has a wallet missing from here.
No, sir, I haven't got it.
You ever been in the house?
No,
2 nights
I
ago.
never have.
Where were you 2 nights ago?
2 nights ago, I was at work.
You were at work?
Yeah. I just got off work tonight. Just come home.
I have to take him in.
Placing the suspect in the back of a radio car, they'll transport him to the station. We'll question him there when we have more of a chance to concentrate. At the same time, give him a chance to sort of settle his nerves. Now, it's just my personal opinion, but I feel we're not dealing with a criminal. Yet he's committed a criminal act. Now let's get back in the house again. Young woman, nervous, cigarette, blonde, attractive.
I think that's probably the answer to your problems down here as far as hearing noises and prowling, because he does admit being around several times in the past.
Scared to death because I'm here alone all the time.
You have a phone here, do you?
Yes.
Well, don't ever hesitate to call us. I mean, if you hear any noise at all, I mean, even if you're not sure that it's anything, why, just go to the phone and don't let anybody know what you're calling. Just call the police department. Ask the operator of the police department. We'll send a car down and check it out. I'm happy to do it. Right. What are you so quiet about?
Well, there's an interesting angle to this case. I've seen that suspect there on the street a time or two with his wife.
So? Well, just that I get all my gear in here.
Here we go. It's just that his wife is the dead ringer for that victim there. Young, blonde, pretty. So? I have a feeling it's going to put a different angle on this case.
Now, when we get to the station, see what we find out.
This is the Detective Bureau. Suspect being brought in. Glancing at the barred window. Deep breath. Almost as if he can't believe this is happening. The key questions. Why did he single out that house to prowl? Did he take that jacket 2 nights ago? If he did, why?
How old are you?
43, I believe, going on 44.
And you married?
Yeah.
Any children?
Yes, 3.
3. Well, tell me what happened tonight.
Well, I mean, I guess you know the story.
Well, what,
it's just, I don't know, telling you, when my wife is gone, I mean, I just can't take it.
Is your wife away now?
Yeah.
She's going to be gone long, or?
Yeah, she's going to be gone 6 months.
Is there a reason? I mean, are you separating or anything like that?
No. I mean, she can't stand the climate. She's got bad sinus, and she's had quite a few operations, and she forms an allergy to the sinus, and she just can't stand it here. And it's just one of those circumstances. I wish she didn't have to go, but I mean, she's got to, and that's all there is to it.
There is something that has come about on this deal is this missing wallet from this fellow had in the house from 2 nights ago. And if you did take the wallet, we want to know about it.
I found a coat. There was a coat out in our patio. I don't know where it is, but I mean, there was a coat out there in our patio, but I don't know.
Here's the thing.
I don't even remember what color it is.
This fellow lost his coat and his wallet, which was inside the house. Somebody went in the house.
I've never been in that house, fella.
Suspect glancing away.
Well, look,
Can't look the sergeant in the eye. Sounds convincing, but his physical reaction doesn't match.
This house 2 nights ago, and you've been drinking, didn't realize it?
No, I mean, I don't drink. I mean, this is the first night I've had a few.
Well, you were there at her house 2 nights ago, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Well, doesn't that seem strange to you? I mean, that the coat would just automatically turn up in your patio.
Look, listen, please. I mean, I'm telling you the truth. I never was in that house, so help me. I mean, that's not my makeup.
When did you find the coat there? 2 nights ago?
No, I think it was last night.
Last night?
When I got home.
How many times have you gone around to that house there?
This is the second time.
Second time?
Second time, yes, sir.
Well, we've had quite a few prior calls in that area down there.
That's the only place I've ever been. I mean, is there.
Well, right now you're booked on a charge of burglary. Suspicion of burglary.
Oh, no.
And between now and Monday, when the detectives will talk to the district attorney, it's going to make the difference as to what the district attorney goes. In other words, whatever information that we can furnish him about the problem that you have is going to help you. Okay.
Suspect, up out of the chair.
Try to relax a little bit.
I can't. That's why I got those rules telling out there, because I can't realize it either way.
Beginning to crack under the strain. Head down on the desk.
I can't sleep at night. They won't give me any more sleeping pills.
I want you to tell me the truth. I don't want you to lie. I want you to tell me just how the coat came into your possession. I don't want any lies. I want the truth.
Suspect, relaxing, staring at the desk. Look of relief.
Why don't you tell us about it? Start at the beginning of what happened that night.
don't know. I mean, I just come home and lights were on there. And I just went there, picked the coat up, and I don't know why.
That's the night when you went there. Did you go to the front window first, or to the back window, or?
No, I went to back.
And when you looked in, were they sitting on the couch, or what?
No.
How long were you there?
About 10, 15 minutes.
When did you get the urge to pick up the coat?
I don't know why. I mean, why did somebody do some fool thing like that? I mean, I just can't understand it.
Well, we don't feel that you're a thief, but we want some explanation for why. Do you think it's an uncontrollable urge?
No, because I've never had that before. I mean, I don't know. That's what I said. I wish I knew.
So you feel then you need some sort of treatment?
I don't know. I wish I could explain. I wish I knew, because I don't like it.
What I want to do now, I'm going to type up a brief statement and let you read it over, and we'd like to have you sign it. Kurt, if you want to go ahead and talk to him, I'll be in the other room and type this up. Okay. I'll be back in a minute.
Admits taking the jacket. Question is why.
Okay.
He didn't need it. Unless in his haste he thought it was the woman's and wanted to possess something of hers. Well, further interrogation may bring it out.
How do you and your wife get along? And your wife at home? Get along very good?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
Oh, about 7.5, 8 years.
Well, when you went there tonight, did you go with the intention of looking in the window?
No, I was just drawn by the light, and went. I think why it is because she's a blonde and my wife's a blonde, and I don't know. I think it just. Oh, I don't know.
Do you picture your wife when you look at her? Would that be the feeling you get?
I guess more or less.
When you took this coat, did you have a feeling that perhaps the coat belonged to her and you wanted to have something that was her very own?
It could have been it. I didn't think much about it.
You know, we seem to be making maybe what you think is a big issue out of it.
No, I know
it. It seems to be a powder case, but our thought is this.
I know. It's for future.
A lot of times this may happen, and in this case where this man ran out of the house to apprehend you, you may have been frightened, and frightened very bad, and you may have resisted and attempted to get away, and he may have tried to overcome that force,
no, that's
and as a result, you may have killed him. A situation like that would be second-degree murder, and then you'd be sorry for it.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to prevent that.
That's right. I can understand that.
Would you move this over here and move it over and if there are any changes or corrections you want to make, if I've made any mistakes on it while you come to our attention, we'll change it.
Is that a real issue?
Yes.
My God.
You're fine.
While he's looking over the statement, we have a fairly clear picture. The suspect will have to be held on a technical charge of burglary. And yet, in reality, he isn't a burglar. He's meek, mild, but potentially he's capable of committing bodily harm to a victim. What makes it really dangerous is he doesn't even know.
Does that relate to facts as they after hand? This one might put the date in right if you will and sign on the spot.
Signature to confession.
Okay. We'll take you back to the cell now, and don't worry about him. It's something we just have to face.
Yes, I know.
I think you feel better now.
Don't worry about it.
Can't help being sorry for that fellow. Yeah, but actually we're doing him a favor. I guess you're right.
What you have just heard is real. This investigation was recorded as it actually occurred. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.M. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first investigation of the intoxicated couple resulted in their arrest for plain drunk. Just a special note, this case was highly censored because of the profane language directed at the officers. The final case of the man prowling is unusual even in police work. So that when you understand and recognize the symptoms, let's review this investigation. The suspect admitted prowling around this particular house because the woman occupant bore a striking resemblance to his wife. He also admitted stealing a jacket belonging to the victim because of his fixation. The thing that impressed both the officers and the court was this man needed help far more than punishment. As a result, he was sent to a hospital for psychiatric treatment. Potentially, this man was dangerous, although he would be the last to recognize this fact. Not that in his mind he would ever harm anyone, but should he become trapped from prowling, panic and fear of being caught could drive him to violence, which might result in homicide. As you ride in Detective Unit 5-6 each week, we hope you will derive more than just entertainment. We hope you'll develop a better understanding of human problems. If so, then we have a meaning for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Sit down, Lane. Sit down.
Oh, thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I'm rather surprised that you're coming here.
It's more than a social visit, Jeff. Is your wife here?
She's in the house somewhere. Oh, what can I do for you?
My fiancé sent me. He'd like you and Mrs. Dillon to come over to his apartment Saturday evening. Having a little party.
How utterly charming. Tell him for me that Mrs. Dillon and I consider it a privilege to be able to refuse Mr. Stuart Worthington's invitation.
Oh, Jeff, please don't feel that way about Stuart. Remember, I'll be there.
Oh, wow. Now, that might influence me very much.
He really has an unusual party planned. He has a magician who's going to do the famous Birdcage trick.
Oh, I've seen it.
You've seen me. You were almost ready to go to the party a moment ago.
I haven't seen enough of you. I doubt if I ever could. I'm not crowding you on this settee.
Well, you are a little, but not sure am I.
Oh, very pretty picture.
Don't
bother getting up, Jeff. I'm only your wife.
Elaine just came over to invite us to a party at Worthington's Saturday night.
And she's done it?
Yes, I have.
In that case, I'll see you to the door. This way, Miss Williams.
Then I'll see you both Saturday night.
This way, Miss Williams.
Good night.
Good night, Lane. Yeah.
Good night, Mr. Dillon.
Jeff, don't you think this is going a bit far? You and that girl in my own house?
You don't understand, Edna.
Oh, wives never do. Husbands prefer to believe. But I understand quite a bit. For instance, you're in love with that girl.
I wouldn't say that. I'm just giving him practice, that's all.
You'd do anything to get her away from Worthington. I know you would. That is, if you could think of anything other than what tie you'll wear to the party.
I might surprise you one of these days.
You'll make me laugh.
Edna, darling, Lane Williams mentioned that there was going to be a magician at the party who was going to do the famous disappearing birdcage trick. That gave me a very good idea.
If you thought of it, it came from a very strange place.
Edna, darling, what Lane told me gives me an idea that will let me commit murder and get away with it.
about it, Scotty? What about it?
What am I going to do about Worthington, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It ain't like you let a guy welch on a bet, Scotty.
No, that's true enough. I'm not letting Worthington get away with it. Don't worry, Professor.
Oh, I ain't worrying, Scotty. I just want to know, that's all.
Listen, Professor, Worthington is throwing a big party tomorrow night. How would you like to go?
Me?
Yeah.
Nobody invited me.
I'm inviting you to attend in my place.
Gee, you're not invited either.
No, but I still want you to go. Professor, you and a friend are cordially invited to attend a party being given tomorrow night by Stuart Worthington.
Gosh, that's swell. What'll I wear?
Yeah, it's a formal party, I understand. Dinner jacket will be all right, I guess.
I ain't got a dinner jacket. And you said I was invited with a friend. Oh, I ain't got a friend either.
You will have tomorrow night. A .45 caliber friend.
Yeah?
Worthington's going to throw the party, but you're going to throw lead.
Philo Vance speaking.
Vance?
Yes?
This is Lane Williams. Do you know me?
I don't think so.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm engaged to Stuart Worthington. You know him, don't you?
Slightly. What's the trouble, Miss Williams?
Well, I don't know yet. Only I'm sure there's going to be trouble. Stuart's made a lot of enemies, and he's gone out of his way to hurt certain people who won't take hurting.
Who, for instance?
Well, Jeff and Edna Dillon. Either one or both of the Dillons is liable to explode at any moment.
Well, just keep Worthington out of the way of the explosion, and nobody will be hurt.
Vance, listen to me. It isn't only the Dillons. There's a gambler named Scott whom Stuart has been fading, and I heard Scott threaten my fiancé only this morning. That's why I called you, Vance. Stuart's giving a party tonight. Please come, and bring the district attorney with you.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Markham if he can make it, Miss Williams. Who else will be there?
I don't have a list of the guests, but one thing I'm sure of. One of them will be a murderer before the night's over.
Oh, let's get as far away from the piano as possible, darling. Our host is about to play.
I'm surprised at you, Jeff. Lane Williams is by the piano, and you want to move away? Well, over here by the window is as far as we can get, I guess. Glad it's open. It's very stuffy in here.
What is? The air, the people, or the conversation?
All three.
Yeah.
Jeff, the other night you said something about committing murder and getting away with it. You were kidding, of course.
Was I?
You have to be. For a lot of reasons. One of them is you haven't the nerve to do anything more strenuous than combing your hair, unless a beautiful girl is involved.
That's what you think. Well, let's pretend we're interested in what Stuart's going to play.
I'm not that good an actress, but I'll try. You just put out all the lights in the room, and there's just that spotlight on the piano. What a hand.
Oh. Come on, Markham. Somebody turn on those lights.
Vance, look what happened. Oh, poor Stuart.
I see what happened. You are Miss Williams, aren't you?
Yes, I called you. I had reason, too. You can see that now.
Yes, I can. This is District Attorney Markham. We'll take over now. Everybody, please stay exactly where you are. Markham, yes, sir. Stay with me. This might be one of the quickest cases we've ever been on.
I hope so.
Mr. Vance, the shot came from over there. I practically saw the flash of the gun. It came from that direction over there by the window where Mr. and Mrs. Dillon are standing.
Oh, well, that simplifies things a bit. Markham, that window is open. Do me a favor. See what you can find out about the ground underneath the window. Perhaps the shot came from outside.
Be right back, Vance.
Now, listen, everybody. Please. Murder has been committed. For the time being, at least, I represent the police. I've been told that the shot came from the direction of the window. Do you all agree it did? Mr. Dillon, stay where you are. I'm coming over to you.
Come on. I'm stopping.
My name is Philo Vance. I'm here tonight because I understood there was trouble between you and Worthington.
I guess it might be called trouble. I always regarded it more as a clash of personalities. Oh, here's my wife, Mr. Vance.
How do you do? Everybody seems to agree that the flash of the gun came from over here by the window, Dillon. Are you carrying a gun?
Look for yourself.
He's got a gun, Vance. He has to have a gun. Either he or his wife did this.
Miss Williams is a rather hysterical girl, isn't she, darling?
Terribly. The gun is still on them someplace. They didn't have a chance to get rid of it. Look for it, Vance.
I will, Miss Williams. I've gone over Mr. Dillon's pockets pretty well. He has no gun. Mrs. Dillon, I'll call for a police matron and have you searched.
Vance, you can see I couldn't possibly have a gun on me.
Yes, that's true. But apparently, one of you had a gun. unless the shot came from outside. And in that instance, please accept my apology.
I saw the flash, I tell you, Vance. It came from over here by the window.
It still could have come from outside, Miss Williams, providing the killer stood at the window.
If I remember correctly, there's a garden of some kind outside this window. If anybody stood there, and he'd have to be there to fire the shot, his footprints would be pretty discernible, I'd say.
Right now, what you say...
Well, Vance, I've just been outside.
Yes, Markham. What did you find?
Nothing. There's a stretch of soft ground 8 feet wide, right underneath the window. If anybody stood out there by the window to fire the shot, he'd have left footprints.
And there aren't any?
No.
Well, this is something. A man is shot to death in this room, and almost as he was killed, we came in. Nobody moved, and everybody agrees the shot came from this window. Yet we can't find a gun on the 2 people in front of the window.
And there's indisputable evidence that nobody stood outside and fired the shot. We have a mystery, don't we, Vance?
Markham, my friend, there is an understatement if I ever heard one.
Sit down, Miss Williams. Sit down.
I can't, Scott. I wanted to talk to you. I didn't dare use the phone, so I came down here.
I'm glad you did. Everything go off without a hitch tonight?
Worthington's dead, if that's what you mean.
That's what I meant, all right. You set the thing up just the way I told you.
Sure. I called Vance, told him about you and about the Dillons, and told him what time to get there. Everything went off just like clockwork. As he opened the door, the shot was fired.
When I plan a thing, I plan it good.
Yes, you do.
My friend, the professor, did his work pretty well. Glad you told Vance about me. It put you in the clear, and I have a perfect alibi for the time of the shooting.
I guess that's all we have to discuss, isn't it?
Not quite.
Oh?
I had Worthington killed because you tipped me off that he'd made a will leaving you a big hunk of dough. That's one of the provisions under which you were going to marry him, wasn't it?
Yes.
You promised me $10,000 for the job.
That's right.
Now, that's very good, Miss Williams. But in lieu of what you're getting, we'll just consider that a down payment. Okay?
Jeff, I demand to know how you did it. How did you kill Worthington?
Edna, darling, don't bother me, please. I want to get this dinner jacket off and relax for a little while before going to sleep.
You said the Birdcage magic trick gave you an idea. Apparently it was a good idea, and it worked. You killed Worthington while I was standing next to you, and I have no idea how you did it.
I'm pretty clever then, eh?
I'm a little scared about the whole thing. What'd you do with the gun?
Who said there was a gun?
Oh, you're not talking to Philo Vance now, Jeff. There had to be a gun. It had to be fired by you. Yet I never saw it in your hand.
Maybe the shot did come from the window.
You heard Markham tell Vance it couldn't have. Nobody could have stood outside that window and not left footprints in the ground. You did it, didn't you?
Oh, stop it, will you, Edna? This is getting boring. Here, hang up my dinner jacket.
All right, but... Jeff.
What is it?
What's that strapped to your back?
What does it look like?
A gun. That's the gun that killed Worthington.
Naturally.
How did it get where it is?
It's snapback. You see these thick pieces of rubber tubing?
Yes, they're dangling from that contrivance you're wearing in that.
Well, that tubing was down my sleeve with the gun attached to it.
Oh.
I had the gun palmed in my hand. And after I shot, I simply released it, and it went up my sleeve and wound up in back of me where you see it now. It was the disappearing birdcage trick that gave me the idea.
No wonder Philo Vance couldn't find the gun. Who would think of looking for a gun there?
All right, now that you know the whole story, perhaps you wouldn't think I'm so stupid. Hey, dear?
It's hard for me to believe.
So don't.
I think I was standing right next to you, never saw the gun, never saw you shoot.
That's right. And, darling, when you can be fooled, anybody can be fooled. What do you think of your husband now?
I think I like him more than I ever did before. I also think I'm more afraid of him than I ever was before.
This is District Attorney Markham. Our present murder case opened with the killing of Stuart Worthington while he was seated at the piano in his living room. We know the shot that killed him came from the direction of the window. But neither of the two people in front of the window had a gun, nor could they have gotten rid of any gun. I personally investigated the ground outside the window and could find no marks or footprints, although if the shot came from outside, there would have to be footprints. This is the situation facing us as Philo Vance details his findings.
I think I know how Jeff Dillon could have shot Worthington if he shot him and have gotten rid of the gun, Markham.
What do you mean, if he shot him, Vance? There are certain facts that are obvious. Either Dillon shot him, Mrs. Dillon did, or the shot came from outside the window. Nobody could have stood outside. Mrs. Dillon couldn't have got rid of a gun. But then by the same token, neither could Jeff Dillon.
You're a little confused, Markham, but I know what you mean. Jeff might have killed Worthington if he knew anything about parlor magic. What kind of a gun was used?
A .45. Why?
Oh, in that case, perhaps that theory of mine wouldn't work.
Will you stop being so mysterious, Vance? What theory?
The parlor magic trick. Ever see a magician make a birdcage disappear?
Many times. The cage divides in half, flattens out, and each half goes up a sleeve, doesn't it?
Up the sleeve and behind his back, under the coat where it isn't noticeable. You see, it's attached by rubber tubing, which snaps it back when pressure is released. Now, Dillon could have done the same thing with a gun. Held it in his hand, fired it, let go, and up the sleeve it went.
I see what you mean. Well, I imagine we'd better go see the Dillons, don't you?
Yes, and I hope when we meet Mr. Dillon, I'll have something up my sleeve, too.
I'm glad you think I did a good job, Scotty. Very glad.
You did a very good job, Professor, and I'm proud of you. And I paid you. Only from what I read in the papers, you couldn't have stood outside the window. Where were you? In the room?
No, I was outside.
You must have been pretty close to the window if people inside saw the flash.
I was. Right at the window.
And you left no marks on the ground. How did you do it?
Gee, I'm sorry, Scotty, but that I figured out for myself. If you don't mind, I don't want to tell you. Do you mind?
No, I guess not. Where's the gun you used?
Here it is. The .45. You want to get rid of it?
Of course. Let me have it.
Sure. Here you are.
Professor?
Yeah?
What did you ask me just now?
Huh? About the gun? I asked you if you wanted to get rid of it.
That's what I thought. Well, I told you a lie.
Did you, boss?
Yeah. I don't want to get rid of it. I want to get rid of you.
Coming.
Hello, Mrs. Dillon.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Vance. Come in.
Thank you. Is your husband at home?
Why, no, he isn't. What'd I do?
Not for what I had in mind, Mrs. Dillon. You don't make a very good murder suspect.
I've heard you were very brilliant. Perhaps you are. Perhaps it's just that Jeff isn't as smart as he thinks.
Mrs. Dillon, where is your husband?
Out.
Mr. Markham went down to his club to look for him. If he's there, Markham will bring him back here.
I can hardly wait to see him.
You're a strange person.
Yes?
You'll stick by your husband in a murder case. Probably alibi for him if you have to. But apparently you're not in love with him.
No, I'm not. But I've tried for years to get him to do something, to do anything that would make me proud of him. And now, I think he's done it.
You're proud of him for killing a man?
Only if he gets away with it.
Right?
Over here, Markham. I'm with Mrs. Dillon.
I found her husband, as you can see.
Glad you did.
Come on, get in there.
Please sit down, Mr. Dillon.
That's very nice. I'm invited to sit down in my own home. What's up, Vance?
Dillon, did you ever see a magician do the birdcage trick?
I thought this was too good to last.
Thank you, Mrs. Dillon. Now, Dillon, don't make me repeat the question.
You talk to him if you like, Vance. I'll be back in a minute. I want to go to the bedroom a minute. Excuse me, please.
Well, Dillon?
I've seen the birdcage trick, Vance. Why?
You know where the cage disappears to?
Not me. I'm one of those people who like to be fooled. I never bothered to figure out how it was done.
That's possible, of course, but I believe that...
Vance, you were asking about the birdcage trick. It works with heavy rubber tubing like this, isn't it?
Why, yes. And that's a professional disappearing harness you have in your hand, Mrs. Dillon. Where'd you get it?
My husband. Shut up. My husband wore this the night of the party, Vance. Attached to the tubing, as you can see, with a gun. It's in the dresser drawer now. Shall I get it?
You don't have to bother right now.
I imagine that's right. You have a very good case against your husband, Mrs. Gillen, and we're indebted to you for your help.
He just couldn't do anything. Not a thing. Better off rid of him.
I'm not sure you are yet.
Why not? I showed you how I got rid of the gun that killed Worthington. It went up his sleeve and wound up in this harness back of it.
Yes, that's true enough. You did. Only, you didn't kill Worthington, did you, Dillon?
Who says I didn't?
I do.
Oh, wait a minute, Vance. We came down here to find the device you outlined to me, the birdcage apparatus. We found it. Dillon doesn't deny he killed Worthington. But you doubt it. Why?
The most simple and obvious of reasons, Markham. This device would work with any small caliber gun. But Worthington was killed with a .45. The .45 is much too large to go up a sleeve. No, Markham, I'm afraid we'll have to look somewhere else for our murderer. Miss Williams, you told me that there was a Mr. Scott with whom your former fiancé, Mr. Worthington, was having trouble.
That's right, Dad.
Well, that's the reason I asked you to come down to my office. Where can Scott be reached?
He has an office, I think. It's in the book.
Excuse me, please.
Take me.
Hello?
This is Markham Vance.
Yes?
You ever hear of a character named Professor Blake?
I think I met him once. Why?
Well, we know he worked for that gambler you mentioned to me at the beginning of this birdcage case, a fellow named Scott.
Yes.
Well, we just found Blake. He'd been shot and dumped in an alley. He lived quite a while after he was shot, apparently, because some people heard him moaning and called the police. I just thought you might want to know.
I most certainly do. I think this ties up very nicely, Markham. Leave everything to me, my friend. I'm going to make one other telephone call to a person who won't want to talk to me at all. But then again, he won't know it's me.
Who did you say this was?
Me, Professor. Gotta help me.
Where are you?
The shack on Water Street. I'm hurt. Bad. Boss, you didn't kill me. Get me a doctor, please.
You got a lot of nerve calling me.
Either come down here with a doctor or I go to the police with the whole story.
This is a pretty disreputable-looking shack, Vance. What are we doing here in the dark?
Waiting.
I know that, but for what?
For the man who killed Professor Blake.
Scott?
That's right.
You know he killed Blake?
Definitely.
I don't know how you could know. You haven't seen Blake's body. All you know about this second murder is what I told you on the telephone.
That's correct. But I still know Blake was killed by Scott. And you'll know it, too, when he comes here.
You really think Scott will be silly enough to show up?
Of course. Why shouldn't he? He thinks Blake is alive. He knows that if Blake talks, we'll grab him. But you see,
somebody's coming.
Get over by the door. Right.
Professor, where are you?
Over here.
Put a light on. I can't see you.
Did you bring up?
Oh, my shot didn't kill you, did it?
Oh.
It should have. I've got to do this all over again. Where are you? Where are you? I hear you moving around, Blake, but you can't move very far. You're hurt too bad. I'll get you as soon as I find a match.
Oh, no.
Oh, over there, are you? I can only risk one shot, so I want to make sure. After all, Professor, you shouldn't feel too badly about being shot. You knocked off Worthington, didn't you?
You hired me to do it?
Of course. And now I'm paying you off. Now, where are you?
Yeah. Over here. Get all the way.
You bet I will. So you're in this corner, huh? Well, it'll all be over.
No time, Scott.
Hey, who are you?
Try to hit him again, Markham. He's tough. Yes.
Well, Vance, I rather enjoyed that. So, we have the mastermind that plotted Worthington's death right here, eh?
Apparently. And the actual murderer, Blake, is dead.
Vance, I'd like to know how Blake did that shooting without being in the room. You remember, of course, if he shot from outside the window, we'd have seen footprints.
Yes, I remember. The way to do that is simple, Markham. Take this Scott downtown and then meet me at the Worthington house, and I'll show you how that was done.
you carry that ladder, Vance.
Oh, it's no trouble, Markham. Not very heavy. This is what Professor Blake used the night Worthington was shot. Carried this ladder across the lawn, as I'm doing now, over to the window.
Well, here we are. What now?
Well, next he rested the ladder on the ground, leaned it against the window, climbed it, and shot.
But in that case, there'd be ladder marks on the soft ground, Vance, and there weren't any.
I'll move this ladder back on the lawn. There. Now I'll lean it against the window, like this. Now, see why there were no marks?
Well, of course. The ladder was resting on the lawn. After he fired from the window, Blake climbed off the ladder, carried it back to the Worthington garage, and fled.
That's right. We now know that he was working for Scott.
Who, in turn, was working for the girl, Lane Williams. That I never even suspected.
I'll tell you a little secret. Neither did I. But like all rats, Scott didn't want to sink alone. He knew we had him cornered. He wanted to drag Miss Williams with him.
That's right. Of course, you never explained about the Dillons. Why didn't Jeff Dillon deny he killed Worthington?
Why didn't he deny it? Because he wanted to be a hero in his wife's eyes, Markham. And he thought she'd like the fact that he'd done something unusual, like killing a man.
That's hard to understand.
I know, but the fact remains that it's so. He admitted it to me. Said he wanted to get in the middle of a murder.
For a while, he certainly was in the middle, too. But that isn't important now. Now that we're at the end of the Birdcage murder case.
Calling all detectives. Not many people believe in magic spells, but I once had a case of a man who could prove that he was gradually shrinking away. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. In 10 years as a private detective, I, Jerry Browning, have run into some strange and weird crimes. And here's one of the strangest of them all. It was about 10 at night, and I was driving along Kingston Boulevard when well up ahead I saw the man step off the sidewalk. I slowed down as the man started to cross the street, and when he stopped in the path of my car, I hit the brakes and came to a full stop. I was so mad that I jumped out of my car and grabbed the jaywalker. What are you trying to do, kill yourself?
I don't know. I don't think so, but it's possible. Anything is possible under the spell.
It was a man in his late 30s, a little under average height, exceptionally well-dressed. I softened my voice a little. Are you feeling all right?
It doesn't matter. I'm under a spell, shrinking away. And soon I'll disappear completely.
I almost ran over a man who thought he was under a spell and that he was shrinking away. I led him unresisting to my car. In answer to my questions, the well-dressed jaywalker told me that his name was Russell Rittenauer, that he was an advertising consultant. Then...
Where are you taking me, Mr. Browning?
I should take you in for observation, except that what you say sounds so wild I just can't believe you imagined it. Tell you what, let's go to my office and talk this over. At my office, Rittenauer carefully put his hat, cane, and gloves on my desk.
Mr. Browning, do I appear to you as a reasonably well-dressed man?
Certainly do. What about it?
All right. Now watch.
He picked up the hat, put it on his head.
Well, what do you notice?
I hated to say it, but the hat was much too big for him.
Hat can stretch, Mr. Rittenauer. Perhaps. But look at these gloves.
He pulled the gloves over his hands. The gloves were far too big. Then he picked up his cane, showed me that it was much too big for him.
This cane was especially made for me. It was exactly the correct height only a few days ago. Not only that, but my shoes are too big, my clothes too long. Now, Mr. Browning, do you still think I've lost my mind?
Mr. Rittenauer, I think you'd better tell me something about this spell business and how it started. He told me. A few weeks ago, he'd returned from South America, where he'd set up a branch of his business. But one evening, he had a few drinks too many, got into a quarrel with an Indian. A quarrel that wound up with the Indian putting a sullen curse on him.
A few days ago, I was at my fiancée's home. I suddenly felt ill. And that same evening, the sensation of shrinking away began. Since then, it's been slowly but surely continuing.
Well, that was his story. Could take it or leave it. I would have left it, except for the tangible evidence of his hat, gloves, and cane. As it was, I'll look into it, Mr. Rittenauer. And in the meantime, go out and buy yourself a complete new wardrobe of stuff that fits you right now. I spent the next day making some inquiries about Rittenauer's fiancée, Lois Ashton. I had to work carefully because Miss Ashton was manager of Rittenauer's office here in town and also had a small share in the business. What I wanted to find out was what and who else she also had an interest in. That took some work. But it finally led me to Raymond Corley, an assistant professor at the university. Corley was tall, broad-shouldered, and talked between puffs of his pipe. Yes, of course I know Miss Ashton. She's taking one of my psychology courses, and we're also quite good friends. As a psychologist, Mr. Corley, what do you think about curses and spells? Corley's eyes twinkled. You're referring, of course, to Mr. Rittenauer's delusion? I know all about it. And what's your opinion? Mr. Browning, I think the man is paying the price exacted by our high-pressure, competitive civilization, if you follow my meaning. Sure I do. You think he's losing his mind. Corley smiled. That's putting it rather harshly. I believe he needs, well, a long rest. Well, business worries can put any man in a state where he needs a long rest. I can use one myself. But I never heard of worries that caused a man's clothes to get bigger and his walking stick longer. That evening, I had another talk with Rittenauer, found him attired in a new outfit that he'd just bought. The next morning, I visited Rittenauer's tailor, Andre, in the Merrimack building.
Inspect my workroom. Certainly not. I permit nobody in my workroom, utterly nobody.
I grinned at the little man. Andre, maybe you don't think so, but there are laws, very tough laws, covering people who try to drive other people out of their minds. Now, do I look through your workroom, or do I put you under arrest right now? There was a pause. Then,
Most assuredly, you look through my workroom.
I found what I was looking for, of course. An exact duplicate of the suit Rittenauer had bought the day before, only this one was a little bigger, had longer sleeves, longer trouser length. And in a box on the shelf, I found a hat, a shirt, gloves, all exact duplicates of the clothes Rittenauer had purchased the day before, and all just a shade bigger.
Believe me, it is a joke. A very good, Mr. Rittenauer.
Sure it is. When we get into court, you just keep repeating that you thought it was a joke. And if you're lucky, you won't go to jail. I took Andre downtown to keep him from giving the alarm. Then I got a warrant for the arrest of Raymond Corley and Lois Ashton. Charge? Trying to drive a man insane in order to gain control of his business. We got a full confession from the girl. She'd fallen in love with Corley while Rittenauer was away. And when the advertising man returned and told the story about the curse, Corley, the psychologist, thought up the plan for driving him insane. It was a fine plan. Simple, like all good plans. Merely to switch items in a man's wardrobe, make him think he was getting smaller, when really everything he owned was getting bigger. A fine plan that almost sent Rittenauer to his death under my car. A jury was willing to believe that Andre the tailor thought it was a joke. But the same jury lost its sense of humor with Corley and the girl. Gave him 5 years and the girl a year and a day. Like I said, curses and spells can do a great deal of harm. But only if you think they can. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
In our experience, in our war against crime, ladies and gentlemen, nothing in the popular conception of crime is so widespread and so erroneous as the idea that honor exists among thieves. In tonight's case of the Deadly Snowflake, we see this so-called criminal code for what it is, a cold, stubborn, selfish fear based on a colossal contempt for decency. We begin in a bedroom darkened by shades drawn tight to the sill.
Agnes? Agnes, is that you?
Go back to sleep, Laird. The doc says you should rest.
Him a doc. They threw him out years ago. Did you talk to him, Agnes?
You told me not to. Don't you think you'd better?
What's the matter?
Took the bandages off your head, huh?
I'm lucky I'm alive, he said, Agnes. That cop's bullet went right across my skull.
I know. You're lucky you got home.
I still got my fingers, too. That's real talent, Agnes. 1 in a million.
What do you mean you still got your fingers?
I'll get to that. First, I just want to say I'm sorry about the way I've been treating you.
You what?
I don't mean to, knock you around, Agnes. I just get nervous when I'm going out on the job.
What's come over you, Laird?
You know how it is. Feeling those tumblers fall with your fingers. It's tough work, Agnes. Oh, that reminds me.
What?
I want you to get hold of a guy. You remember him? Rudy Bowie.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I just haven't heard you mention Rudy in so long. What do you need him for?
To help me. I got to get back to work, Agnes. We'll be needing dough.
We could sell that crazy boat.
The Snowflake? No, I mean big dough. More jobs, Agnes. Like that transfer office I had cased out.
I don't see what you need Rudy for. He's no safe man.
I don't need a Peterman, Agnes. Just a helper. Someone to take me around.
Take you around? Laird, what do you mean?
Agnes,
There's something the matter. Now, what is it, Laird?
I'm blind.
There's a few more, Chief. Squad D reports a total arrest on the arson case.
Oh, yes, I know, Miss Minter. Send a copy of the findings over to the commissioner, if you will.
It's on the way.
Right. Well, what about you, Harrington? Anything on that warehouse robbery?
Chief, I've been over that job with a fine-tooth comb. I pulled McHenry out of his prowl car all day yesterday just to get his story again.
McHenry's the officer who shot at the men as they escaped.
Yeah, shot and missed, I'm sorry to say, Chief.
Missed completely? I thought the officer's report a week ago indicated that he might have hit one of the men.
Yeah, that's right, Chief, he might, but nobody's been showing up dead in any of the alleys, though.
Yes, and that adds up to what? You've no idea at all?
Well, just one, Chief. Yeah, and I'll say this before I start, Miss Miller. It ain't scientific.
Harrington, I haven't said a word.
I know it, but you will. The point is, Chief, I want to play this one on a hunch.
Oh. Well, we've played your hunches before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yes, and with good results, too. What's your thought?
Okay, let's go back to this warehouse job for a minute, okay?
I don't have to. The warehouse people have been on the phone about it all week.
So what was it? A Peterman job. Am I right? No powder, no dynamite, no blasting, just a straight Peterman.
A what?
A Peterman, Miss Miller, a man who opens safes.
Oh.
Yeah, you're welcome. Chief, I went over that warehouse safe 20 times. The guy opened it with his fingers.
Yes, you put that in your original report.
Right. Now think about this, then. Feeling for those tumblers ain't easy, you know. That's very delicate work. You got to be trained to it.
Yes, go on.
Okay, so it comes down to this, Chief. There's 3 guys I know who could have fingered a safe the way that warehouse job came off. Yeah, and one of them's in the Happy House.
Yes, and the other 2?
One's in California, Chief. At least I think he is. I'm checking on it.
Yes. And the other?
The other. The boy named Morton. Laird Morton. I got his file out of the master, Miss Muller.
Is that M-O-R-T-O-N?
That's right. He's been quiet for a couple of years, Chief. Might take me time to find him.
Now, let me get this straight. You really think you can narrow down that warehouse robbery to certain individuals just on...
On technique, Chief. And like I said, on a hunch, too. So, well, can I go on?
You've nothing else? Mm-hmm. No witnesses? Fingerprints? Nothing?
No, not so far, Chief.
I see. All right. I'll hold it over on the disposition report, Harrington. Let's say, how about 3 days?
Starting now, Chief?
Starting now. Let's see what this hunch of yours will do.
Agnes.
I'm right in front of you, Laird.
Oh.
Don't get to jump.
I'm sorry. It bothers me when you move around, that's all. You here, Rudy?
Yeah, just waiting for what you say, Laird.
Go on, Laird. Say what you got to say.
All right, we won't waste any more time. You can lead me into the transfer office, Rudy. The way I time it, it should be 3 minutes from the car to the safe.
Yeah, if we have luck with the watchman, Laird.
Never mind him. Now, you both got this picture? You lead me. Give me, say, 6 minutes with the tumblers, and then we beat it.
Back to our car?
That's right, Agnes. From there, we go directly to the Snowflake.
To the what?
Laird's boat.
I don't get it.
Can you think of a better place to hide out, Rudy? We get aboard, shove off, we can cruise around for weeks. She sleeps 6.
Gee.
His boat. He bought it off some jerk during the war.
Yeah. Oh, wait till you see her, Rudy. I bought it complete. Right down to the gear and galley.
Sure. Well, I mean, Laird, we make the getaway on a boat?
I told you, it's the safest place in the world. She's all set, too. Agnes saw everything, didn't you?
I checked all the papers in your billfold, Laird.
Swell. Well, now I guess I'll get a little sleep. Big day tomorrow, huh, Rudy?
Yeah, whatever you say, Laird. Want some help?
No, I can make it. I've been practicing. Haven't I, Agnes?
Go ahead, show him.
Laird, watch it.
I'll be all right, Rudy. You sit with Agnes. 3 steps to the left. Turn and...
shut up.
Forward. Forward. Yeah.
Laird, you all right?
Yeah. Sit still, Rudy. I misjudged, I guess. I'll be fine. Good night now.
Want a drink?
What's the idea, Agnes? You let him walk right into that chair.
I know. I forgot to tell him I moved it.
Yeah? Never mind the drink. Hold still.
Rudy, listen.
Still, I said. A
What was that for?
Just wanted to be sure of something.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm sure. Was it your idea, Laird sending for me when he was blind?
I just said it was a good idea.
You didn't know then? But, before?
Him? Don't be funny.
I'm not. I'm just getting organized, Agnes. Yeah, watching things around here the last few days, it strikes me you're,
For what?
You've changed. Laird used to push you around like a lawnmower.
That was before he lost his peepers.
Yeah. So now you let him walk into chairs.
That ain't all he's walking into. I got it all planned, the transfer office job, the boat, everything.
What is he walking into, Agnes?
Rudy.
Yeah?
Now it's your turn to hold still.
Maybe
Still want to know what he's walking into? Guess.
Okay, Chief, so it boils down to this.
Yes?
Either that warehouse job was a complete outsider, or it's my boy.
Laird Morton, you mean, huh?
Right. And I'm taking bets it was no outside rip and tear job.
What makes you say that, Harrington?
Because, Miss Miller, when a bunch of the boys plan a job the size of that warehouse deal, they line it up, see? And if they're from out of town, well, they get permission.
Permission to break open a safe? From whom?
From the boys in this town that know about things like safes.
Yes, and they're pretty well cleaned out, aren't they?
I'll say they are, Chief. And that's why, again, I think Laird's my boy.
You know how to find him?
Well, he's been off my books now for nearly 3 years, Chief, but I can find him. At least here's where I try. No, I'll shoot your game some other time, Harry. Yeah, and with no chalk on my cue, too. Oh, hey, before I forget it, you ever hear from Morton? Yeah, Morton, you know, he used to play snooker in here. Laird Morton. Give me 3, will you, Rusty? No, the Panatellas, that's the only good cigar you got. Hey, Rusty, Harry over at the billiard joint says maybe that you heard from Laird. Yeah, Morton. Come on, Rusty, you know him. Laird Morton. Well, I'm sorry to get you out of rehearsal, Maisie. Find a new number, huh? Yeah, pretty good, too. Oh, I know now what I meant to ask you, Maisie. You used to go around with Laird Morton, didn't you? I mean, back before he got married? Well, tell me something, kid. Does he owe you any dough?
Street's all clear, Laird. I look both ways.
What about the watchman, Rudy? Is he in the office?
What up?
I told you a dozen times, Agnes. It should be straight ahead of us, up the steps and to the right.
Oh, yeah. I see it, Laird. No light on.
Okay. That's it, then. Let's go in.
You guide him, Rudy.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Keep hold of my coat, Laird.
You won't fall. Remember now, both of you. We come right back to the car and drive directly to the boat.
We know that. Go on, Rudy.
Door's open.
I told you it would be. The watchman leaves it unlatched till 2 a.m. What's the matter?
What's that around your neck, Laird?
What?
These. I got hold of them.
Go on in, will you? Somebody will walk by in a minute.
They're binoculars, Rudy. You'll need a good pair on the boat.
He's still there. Rudy's opening the door.
Okay.
So far. Now we take the first door to the right.
It'll be open, too. Go on. Try it.
Like a barn.
Look for the safe, Rudy. Is it there? Should be over in the corner.
I see it.
All right. Lead me to it. Come on, make it fast. That snooper gets back here every 20 minutes.
Right here, Laird. Feel it?
Yeah, I got it. Shut that door, Agnes.
What?
Well, we come in. I didn't hear it shut.
I got it.
Can you open it, Laird?
In a breeze. let me warm up my fingers.
What's the door, Agnes?
Don't worry about me. If anybody comes through it, I'm ready for them.
Can you imagine a big transfer company owning a safe like this? The tumblers fall like bowling pins. 2 more minutes and they'll have it.
Agnes.
Shut up, I hear it.
Laird, somebody's at the door.
What? Can't be. We come in at 1-5, didn't we?
I must have got it mixed up, Laird. Rudy, stand back.
Be careful with that.
Agnes, has he got a light?
Come on in, Grandpop. Welcome home. Told you I had to slam it.
Come on, give me your hand, Agnes. We've got to get out of here fast.
Go on.
I'm going.
Take it down to the car fast.
Agnes, take my hand.
Sorry, Laird, I ain't got the time.
Agnes, you're not leaving me here. Agnes, no, you can't.
Can't I? Watch me. Just watch me. Oh, I forgot you're blind.
Agnes! Agnes, come back! I can't see! Agnes, no! No!
Laird Morton, blinded safecracker, deserted at the scene of a murder. We'll hear the next exciting development of this unusual case in just a moment. But first, let's bend an ear to one of those early morning sounds. One that says, rise and shine. Now, of course, sometimes you may not feel like rising and shining. Like most all of us, you may wake up feeling dull and headachy because you need a laxative. In that case, better tune in on this sound. And that's the sparkling sound of sal hepatica in a glass of water. And remember, unlike slow-acting laxatives, a sparkling glass of sal hepatica, when you get up, brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to feel dull and headachy all day waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
And if at the same time you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, let sal hepatica help sweeten your stomach.
So keep a bottle of sal hepatica handy. Then any time you need a laxative,
morning, noon, or night,
see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Sorry, boys. Not quick, you know. You'll have to wait till the chief gets in. That's right. Listen, I'll let you just as soon as he's right now. Come on, now. Come on. Give us a chance, will you? Come on. Get outside. Out.
The reporters are going to wait, Harrington?
I'll say they are, Chief. Somebody tipped them to the angle in this thing.
The angle, Harrington?
Well, wouldn't you call it one, Miss Miller? A watchman gets killed. The prowl car boys come looking for him, and they find a blind man yelling his head off.
Yes, as I put it together, the watchman must have been shot about 1 or 1:10.
Well, by that, Chief, he was supposed to punch his clock at 1:15, and he didn't.
Yes, I know. Then when he didn't report at 1:30, our men came in to investigate.
Some investigation. A dead watchman and Laird Morton, blind.
Oh, Chief, he's being booked downtown. They'll hold him in your office until we get there.
Yes, thank you, Miss Miller. Well, Harrington, where do we start?
No gun, huh, Chief?
None so far. Didn't you tell the men to search the yard outside?
Yeah, Brophy's out there, Chief. If Morton tossed the gun out the window, we'll find it.
Well, how could he if he's blind?
That, Miss Miller, is the break-the-bank question. Well, brother, what a lot of talking he's going to do.
I hope so. There's one thing in particular I'm curious about.
Yeah, which one, Chief?
If Morton is blind, what was he doing with a pair of binoculars around his neck?
Shut the door to the cockpit, Rudy. Sold.
This one?
There's only one. Shut it.
How should I know? I ain't never been on a boat.
Well, you are now. Like it?
You steer it with that?
Sure. It isn't hard. Laird taught me.
Okay, so we're moving. Now, where does it go?
Any place. I figured we'd just keep cruising around for a while. You know, let things cool down.
And what happens when this crate runs out of gas?
We buy some more.
easy to get gas pumps all along the shore.
Well, I still don't like it, Agnes. None of it.
Set up, they tell you. I got all the dough from Laird's warehouse job before.
Well, I wondered why we didn't wait and grab the loot at the transfer office.
What for? We got plenty. Besides, that'd only stick the insurance sticks on us. They can get nasty, too, you know. This way we're clear.
And, what about Laird?
He won't talk, that's what you mean.
Well, why won't he? You killed that watchman, Agnes, not him. What's he got to lose by talking?
You think I didn't figure? Listen, so they found him with a dead duck, all right. He's blind. No court in the world would convict him.
Yeah,
Laird knows that. So do the cops.
I still say it would have been...
I ain't finished. Finally, they got to find the gun, don't they? I know that much from the movies.
Hey, you still got it, haven't you?
Certainly I got it. Right here. Come on, Rudy. Relax. What is it Laird was always saying? Oh, yeah. Get a load of that air.
Now listen to reason, Morton. That watchman was killed with a .32 caliber slug.
He was. Look at the district attorney when you're talking, Morton.
I'm tired of looking at him. We've been at this 4 hours.
You're tired of looking, huh? Which one?
Are you really blind, Morton? You know, we'll be certain when the doctor gets here.
Am I? What do you think, D.A.?
I think you are.
And so do I, Morton. Yeah, and I'll tell you how you got that way, too. From a cop's bullet right across your head where that scar is.
That's so?
Well, we'll know after you're examined, Morton. I can't see your point in delaying things any longer.
Anything you say, D.A.
Huh?
What do you want to know?
I'll read the last question, will you please, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir. Listen to reason, Morton. That watchman was killed with a .32 caliber slug.
All right, we'll start from there. Now, where's the gun, Morton?
Who was with you, Morton?
Come on, use your head, man. We've got you. Why shield the others?
In a pig's eye, you got me.
You were there, Sonny. Right there waiting for me.
All right, smart guy. Go ahead on that. Go on, D.A. Tell a jury I did it. Tell them. And you can also tell them I'm blind.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Agnes, let's turn this thing towards land.
Not till we need gas.
Well, I'm going nuts, I tell you. Nothing but water.
That's a nice crack.
Huh?
I'm here.
Gee, I'll say you are.
Just what do you mean by that?
Oh, look, Agnes. We can't just spend the rest of our lives going nowhere. We got to get back to town.
What
for? Well, Laird, for one thing. Oh, now, look, I could call one of the boys, Agnes. They'll know if he's singing, maybe.
He ain't, I told you.
But we don't know, Agnes. Oh, it's driving me off my rocker, not knowing.
I told you before. Relax.
I'm telling you, head this tub toward the shore.
No, thank you.
Listen, you sleep-brained little idiot. Go on, get us back. You hear me now?
Go.
Oh, Agnes, please.
You'll look at my arm. I'll be black and blue.
Will you listen to me, Agnes?
Get this, Buster. I planned this show and I'm running it. You try any more rough stuff to help me, I'll toss you over the side.
What time is it, Miss Miller?
It's 7:10, Chief. The day shift will be coming on at 7:30.
Well, you ought to go on home. We can send for a stenographer downstairs.
No, I'm all right, Chief, really. Is there any more coffee, Harrington?
Yeah, plenty, Miss Miller, in that kitchen.
Oh, thanks.
How about you, Morton? Feel like talking some more?
Hey, Morton. The chief's talking to you.
Aren't you guys tired yet?
Boy, we got lots of time left, Morton. All day today, tonight, tomorrow, the next night.
Who shot the watchman, Morton?
Where's the gun, Morton?
I'll get it.
How'd you lose your sight, Morton? Pulling away from that warehouse job?
How'd you give up, Harrington?
Excuse me, that's the Harbor Patrol.
Oh, let me have that.
Yes, sir, right here.
What's that, Miss Miller?
The Harbor Patrol, Harrington. The chief phoned them about an hour ago from outside.
You sure now? You're sure? The number is 20Y205. Yes, I'll repeat it. 20Y205.
What's the matter, Laird?
No.
You look excited.
No, have a boat stand by, will you please? We'll be right out. Harrington, we've got it. Come on, let's go.
No, Agnes, put away the gun, will you? I didn't mean to get rough.
Shut up a minute.
Huh?
A boat. See it coming up from the port side.
Where?
There. See it? What's the Rudy, that's a patrol boat.
I don't get it. What are you talking about?
20Y205. Stand by to be boarded.
Stand by my foot. Get out of my way, Rudy.
Cut your motors and stand by. You're under arrest.
Agnes, it's cops. Listen to them,
Don't
Agnes.
you think I could hear? Get back, Rudy. They're coming alongside.
Stand by. We're coming aboard. What's it, Chief?
Get back! Get back or I start shooting!
Agnes, don't be a fool. The boat's loaded with police.
Cover me, Harrington. I'm right with you, Chief. Easy, Billy. Keep her alongside. The Chief's going over.
You rats! I told you!
Don't reach for that gun. Leave it on the deck.
Okay, Chief. Here, wait till I cut these engines.
Did I get her?
Just her arm, I think, Harrington. Stand still, both of you.
Now, listen, I didn't do anything.
Shut up, Rudy! What, you can't just say I'm bleeding?
Now, we'll have you taken care of as soon as we get ashore. Take the man, Harrington.
Right, Chief. You're so
Bring her up a little, Billy.
All set? Now, let's take this pair back to town.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment with an explanation of his capture of Agnes and Rudy. But first,
Tell me, who should know best the difference between toothpaste?
who should know best the difference between toothpaste? Why, your dentist, of course. Your dentist is the skilled guardian of your dental health, the authority on care of your teeth and gums. So ask your dentist about Ipana toothpaste and gentle gum massage.
Many dentists recommend gum massage. What's more, a nationwide survey reveals that more dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice. And wait a moment. More dentists personally use Ipana than any other toothpaste.
There's a difference between toothpastes, all right, and dentists know that difference.
Ipana cleans teeth clean, safely too, without gritty abrasives. And, followed by gentle massage, aids the health of your gums.
Help your dentist help your smile. Begin now getting your new Ipana smile. Get Ipana toothpaste.
Taste the freshness, feel the cleanness, see the sparkle. See how you look with an Ipana smile.
Ipana toothpaste. Now, here is your district attorney.
I should like to report, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, that all three of this unusual trio, Laird Morton, his wife, and Rudy Bowie, will pay the full penalty demanded for the murder of the watchman in the transfer company office.
Don't say they will, Chief. And that's the end of all those safe-cracking jobs on the list.
Yes, Harrington, it is.
Oh, Chief, I think you'd better explain just how you knew Agnes and Rudy were on a boat and which boat to go after.
Well, we have Laird to thank for that, Miss Miller. As you know, when we found him, he had a pair of very good binoculars around his neck.
Sure, Chief. A blind man with spyglasses.
Exactly, Harrington. He intended to bring them to the boat for his wife and Rudy. Fortunately, this particular pair of binoculars was of a foreign make.
I don't understand, Chief.
Well, during the war and before, Miss Miller, all such foreign binoculars had to be registered with the proper authorities. And when we examined the pair on Laird, I checked the registration and found them assigned to his boat.
With the Coast Guard number 20Y205, right, Chief?
Right, Harrington. Then when the harbor police reported sight of the vessel, we went right up.
You certainly did, Chief.
Well, it just goes to show what you've said so often, Chief. The crooks don't have a chance of winning, ever.
Indeed. For no criminal or criminal gang has the resources of the forces of law and order.
And now what about next week?
Well, our story for next week, ladies and gentlemen, is another colorful and exciting dramatization. It's the case of the House of Death, and I invite you to join us for it. And so until then, thank you, and good night.
Right dress! Yes, ma'am, the right dress for well-groomed hair. For your hair is Sentry. S-E-N-T-R-Y, Sentry Hair Cream. New liquid cream grooms hair without that unsightly, greasy look. What makes Sentry so different? Well, most hair creams are made with mineral oil, but not Sentry. Sentry's the only leading liquid hair cream made without mineral oil. No wonder Sentry grooms without an objectionable, greasy look. Guard your grooming with Sentry. S-E-N-T-R-Y. Sentry Hair Cream. Your right dress.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious and in resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were J. Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byram and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Remember, Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers invites you to tune in again next week for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Faithful friend when muscles ache and pain presents Gangbusters.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld.
Gangbusters brought to you by the makers of Sloan's Liniment. With the cooperation of leading law enforcement officials of the United States, Gangbusters presents facts in the relentless war of the police on the underworld. Authentic case histories that show the never-ending activity of the police in their work of protecting our citizens. America's crusade against crime. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, our regular interviewer, is now serving with the United States Army. However, the colonel is continuing his supervisory duties on Gangbusters by proxy. In a moment, we'll be ready for our proxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and Chief of Police J.P. Coffey of Valdez, North Carolina, who will relate the facts in the case of the 8th bandit, the college athlete who turned killer. But first, friends, there are 3 important qualities which have made Sloan's Liniment the world's best-known liniment for muscular aches and pains. Sloan's brings quick relief. Sloan's is the pad-on liniment. No rubbing or massaging is needed. And Sloan's eases pain, whether it's caused by overexertion, accident, or cold weather. Next time your muscles seem to be tied in knots, next time your back or your shoulder is stiff and sore, try patting on Sloan's liniment. It takes but a second, and almost instantly, you can feel that comforting warmth ease away the pain. If you haven't a bottle on the medicine shelf right now, it's time you made a mental note to ask your druggist for a handy bottle of Sloan's, the quick-acting liniment. Now for our proxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and Chief of Police J.P. Coffey of Valdez, North Carolina. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to the Colonel by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Chief Coffey, this case of Dwight Beard certainly has many unusual angles. As I recall, Beard had a powerful physique and was a star college athlete. His cunning brain used this to make incredible escapes.
That's right, Colonel. After looting a house, Beard would leap from an upper-story window to a nearby tree, swing himself to the ground, and then disappear. But Beard was soon apprehended. And the court, believing him sincerely repentant, placed him on probation, never realizing that Beard was already scheming new criminal activity.
And you I'd never go to jail. And you, if I put on a good crying act, the court would think I was repentant. They caught me once, but they'll never get me again. I have a new plan. All I need is money, and I'm getting that money tonight.
It was on the night of February 18th, 1932, in the little town of Valdez, North Carolina, that Beard went after this money. There, Beard and another man waited for the return of the local storekeeper.
Are you sure this storekeeper will have the money on him tonight, Beard?
I know he will. I also know he'll come up this path to his house.
Where can we hide?
This tree.
Why, you're crazy, Beard. We can't both hide back of this tree.
We won't be back of it. We'll be up it.
What?
Come on, climb.
Okay, Beard, if you say so. All right, come on. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Do you think this branch will hold both of us?
Sure. There. Now, when our friend passes under the tree, we'll drop down and grab him.
Yeah, that's a good idea, but what if...
Someone's coming.
The storekeeper.
Get ready.
I'm set.
Oh, who are you?
No noise. Hand over that money.
No, I won't.
Why, it's you. It's in that satchel, pal. Grab it. I got it.
No, help. Hey, give me my money.
I said
give me
quiet.
Beard, you killed him.
In this brutal manner did Dwight Beard commit his first murder, Colonel. Immediately, printing presses roared as thousands of police circulars were sent to all nearby police departments.
To all police chiefs, urgent, wanted for murder, Dwight Beard, 23, 175 pounds, 5 feet 11 inches, fair complexion, athletic build, reward for his arrest and conviction. Notify J.P. Coffey, Chief of Police, Valdez, North Carolina.
Thus, Dwight Beard started his life of crime, Colonel, a hunted man. He was recognized but not captured in Georgia, in Louisiana, and in Florida. But for months, nothing more was heard of Beard. He had taken on a new name. Then, in April of 1933, a significant meeting took place between two men in St. Paul, Minnesota, in an apartment house.
That's my proposition, Wilson. The police will never suspect us. I worked this plan out step by step, ever since I was in college.
I admit you have something unusual, but I don't trust you. Let's put our cards on the table. You say your name is Donald Haynes?
Well?
Let's not kid each other. I know that's not your real name.
Listen, Wilson. As far as you're concerned, my name is Donald Haynes.
Okay, Haynes. Whatever you say.
I need a partner who has the proper underworld connections. You have. You coming in with me? Yes or no?
Well, Haynes, let's put it...
I'll have access to every wealthy home in the city. These rich people will be my friends. It's a setup in a million.
What makes you think that you, a stranger in town, can just walk out and get to know all the ritzy people living around here? Why, it'd be like sending me to New York to crash the 400.
That's right, Wilson. You couldn't do it. But I can.
You sure hate yourself. But I still want to know, how are you going to do it?
With these. These golf sticks are going to open the doors of the wealthy to me.
What?
Yes, Wilson. These golf sticks.
Are you nuts?
They take a week, it may take a month. But I have each step carefully planned. I start tomorrow on the golf links. And you'll see how I make out. I can't miss. All right. Tee up my ball, Caddy, and we'll see what I do in this last hole.
Yes, Mr. Haynes.
By the way, just what is my score?
Well, Mr. Haynes, I never see such golf shooting all my born days. There's 3 strokes under the course record already.
Not so bad, eh?
Well, Mr. Haynes, yours is a wizard. You're only a new member of this club, but all the other members been asking me who you is and how you shoot golf so good.
That's so? Let me have the driver.
Yes, sir. It's par 4 on this hole, sir. It's a dog's leg. The green's about 300 yards away.
All right. Here we go. Right over that pond.
Lordy me. Look at that ball go like an old eagle eye right over the pond. Mr. Haynes, you've done it on the green and one. You see that? On the green and one.
Not so bad, if I do say so myself.
Oh, wait till folks back at the clubhouse hear about this golf shoot, Mr. Haynes. They'll never get over talking about it. No, sir, never.
In this way did Dwight Beard, alias Donald Haynes, worm his way into St. Paul, Minnesota society, Colonel. Within a week, he was playing golf with some of the city's wealthiest men. Within a month, he was a welcome guest in some of the city's finest homes. Then Beard and his partner Wilson had a talk in Beard's apartment.
Stage is set, Wilson. All the groundwork is laid. We're ready for action.
Well, Haynes, I've got to hand it to you. You worked this thing out just as you planned. I've read about your social life in the newspapers.
We need money now, and we're going to get it, Wilson. I bought you a chauffeur's uniform and a butler's outfit today.
What for?
It's essential that you drive the car for me.
Oh, I get it.
When I invite these people here, you'll serve tea or drinks, whatever's necessary.
Okay. I'll play the perfect butler or chauffeur or anything you say, Mr. Haynes, so long as we get the dough. What's our first job?
See this invitation?
Donald Haynes, Esquire. Mr. and Mrs. G.B.F. Smythe request the pleasure of your company at a dinner dance to be held in honor of Count and Countess
Some visiting celebrities. Can you imagine the wealthy people and all that jewelry stuff each woman will be wearing in order to impress the Count and Countess?
There'll be a fortune there. Yeah, but Haynes, are you sure you can pull a job like this alone?
Listen, Wilson. I know every inch of the Smythe's home. I know just what door to enter, so no one will see me. The whole job will take less than 5 minutes.
Sounds okay to me.
This Saturday evening, you'll drive me to the Smythe's. The guests are in for an unexpected surprise. Sure you have all my evening clothes in the back of the car, Wilson?
Sure, Haynes. Collar, shirt, tie, studs, everything.
8:30. Guess they've all probably arrived at the Smythe's by now.
One thing, Haynes. You're supposed to be a guest there yourself. How are you going to rob them without their recognizing you?
That's up to me. Turn up this Bible, Wilson. The sergeant's entrance.
Right.
All right, stop back of this clump of bushes.
Okay. Quite a party in there.
Yeah, French door's opening into the house on this side. I'll get in that way. You turn the car around and be ready to make a quick getaway when I come out.
Right.
Now, let's see. I think I have everything. The basket, gloves, revolver. I'll just slip on this mask.
Haynes, I don't know if you can do it. There must be at least 30 people in that house.
Don't worry, Wilson. You just be set for a quick getaway.
Okay. Watch your step.
All right, everyone. Don't make a move. Stay right where you are.
He's wearing a mask.
Quiet. I don't want to have to kill anyone. And no heroics from you men. Now, ladies, start removing your jewelry. Drop it in this basket. You men, empty your pockets.
All right, all right.
Come on. I mean business.
This is an outrage.
Quiet.
This is my wedding ring. Do I
You
have
can keep the ring, but not that bracelet.
Thank you. Here's my bracelet.
This is the most terrible thing I've ever
Put
heard.
it in there. Thanks for the jewelry. I'll be going now, but I'm warning you. I'll kill the first person that starts after me. Good night. Take this basket, Wilson.
Okay, Haynes. Hop in.
Step on it, Wilson. Fast. Pull up on the side of the road, Wilson, while I change to these evening clothes.
Yeah.
Now I gotta get dressed fast.
And then what? After you're all dolled up?
You drive me back to the Smythe's, of course. They're expecting me.
You're going back there?
Listen, stupid. 3 minutes ago, these people were held up by a masked gunman in a gray suit, light hat, and tan shoes. 5 minutes later, I arrive in evening clothes as an invited guest.
Yeah?
You think anyone would ever figure that I'm the one who just held them up? Well, when I get back there, if they haven't already called the police, I'll do it for them.
Police records show, Colonel, that Beard pulled more than 50 robberies in this manner.
Yet, Chief Coffey, for all his cunning, it's evident that luck played with him. If anyone had seen Beard in his quick change act, he would have been captured the very first time he tried the plan.
That's true, Colonel. And as you point out, his luck did change.
Chief Coffey, before you tell us how this murderer and thief was discovered, Charles Stark has a few words for us.
During this raw, wet, blustery time of year, you're going to hear many folks complain they're chilled to the bone. Too often a chill like that brings muscular aches and pains. But just so long as you have a bottle of dependable Sloan's liniment handy, you needn't worry. For over 2 generations, this famous Pat-On liniment has been giving quick relief when muscles ache. Millions of people the world over use and like Sloan's liniment. They find it so easy to apply, so promptly acting and comforting. If you have a mean crick in your back or a sore leg or arm, try Sloan's liniment yourself. Just pat it on lightly, lean back and relax. Like a heat treatment, a delightful warmth penetrates to those sore and stiffened muscles, soothing away the pain in no time at all. The next few months are the Sloan months. Always have a bottle of this family friend in need ready to serve you when pain strikes. Sloan's liniment costs very little, but it's sure worth plenty when you need it in a hurry.
Now, Chief Coffey, you say Dwight Beard's luck changed.
The breaks were all going Beard's way at first, Colonel Schwarzkopf. Then, as is usual between two crooks, trouble broke out one night at Beard's apartment.
Hey, Wilson, come in here.
What's on your mind, Haynes?
I've been doing some figuring. The last 6 months, you've made pretty good money.
Well, haven't you?
Now we're going to make a new agreement. So I'm cutting down on your share. Hand it over or I'll drill you.
Here.
Thanks. This added to my pile makes quite a tidy sum.
You'll let me go now?
To tip off the police when you get outside?
I won't. I swear I won't.
Save your breath, Wilson. I don't need you any longer, and I'm getting rid of you.
All right. But don't shoot me.
I'm not going to shoot you, Wilson. That's too much noise. Back in college, I was a star wrestler. I can snap your neck with my bare hands.
No,
I don't
Haynes.
need this gun. I'll throw it on the table.
You threw your gun down. But I got one of my own.
Wilson.
Get over against that wall, Haynes. Oh, whatever your name is. Get over there.
Are you crazy?
I never did trust you, you crook. Now it's my turn to pick up the dough.
Put that money down. It's mine.
Shut up. Shut your pretty mouth for a change. I'm sick of hearing you blow about how smart you are. How you're the mastermind of crime.
Listen, where you going?
Thanks for your share of the dough, Mr. Haynes. It makes quite a tidy sum. So long, pal.
With Wilson gone, Beard had to work alone, Colonel. 2 nights later, in the living room of a wealthy Minneapolis family home.
Marion, dear.
Yes, George?
Well, what are you reading?
Oh, just one of the latest novels. Why don't you get a book and read, too, George? You seem so restless tonight.
I was down at police headquarters today.
Yes? Oh, have they traced any of the stolen jewelry?
Oh, no, it takes time. But, Marion, the police have a theory that this epidemic of robberies is the work of one of our friends.
One of our friends?
Yes, the police say that anyone who knew as much about the inside of our homes as... Marion?
Yes, George?
Didn't you say the servants were all out tonight?
Well, yes, they are. Since we were staying home, I
Wait.
thought that... What's the matter?
Listen.
But I'm sure there's no one in the house but us.
Hear that?
Someone's upstairs.
I'm going up. You call the police.
I'm afraid. Let me come with you.
All right, dear. Careful now. We don't want these stairs to squeak.
George.
Yes?
I'm sure I left the light on at the top of the stairs. Someone's turned it out. What's that?
Someone's in this room.
Oh.
I'll open the door.
George! Oh, George! Are you all right?
There he is.
He's going to jump out that window.
Come on.
Oh.
He fell into the yard.
Is he dead?
No, he's moving. Marion, you call the police. I'm going down there and grab him before he can get away.
Was that another of Beard's jobs, Chief Coffey?
Yes, Colonel. And although badly hurt after jumping from the Smythes' window, he succeeded in getting away. The police began checking all doctors and hospitals. 3 hours later, in a hospital room in Minneapolis...
Nurse. So, you're awake at last.
Who are you?
You know very well who I am. You're under arrest.
You want me for robbery?
No, we've got your partner Wilson to answer the robbery charges. We want you for something else.
What? Why am I under arrest?
It's an easy thing to change your name from Beard to Haynes or any other name you choose. But there's one thing you can't change, Dwight Beard. Your fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
We took them while you were asleep. We know your whole record, particularly the crime you committed at Valdez, North Carolina.
No. I didn't have any...
You're all washed up, Beard. You're going back to North Carolina to be tried for murder.
Chief Coffey, I know that Beard was immediately returned to North Carolina. Was he convicted of murder?
Yes, Colonel, after a long court battle. Then an unexpected thing happened. Beard's sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. A year passed, then one night in the prison yard at North Carolina State Prison.
Hey, Beard.
Oh, hello, Connie.
I thought your leg was broke, but I just saw you walking as good as anyone.
That was a stall. I always pretended my leg was hurt after I left the hospital. The guards figured they don't have to watch me as closely as the others.
Yeah?
After tonight, they won't have to watch me. I'm getting over that wall tonight.
Well, you got a ladder?
No. I'm jumping over.
Don't kid me, Beard. That's a 12-foot wall. Even a kangaroo couldn't hop that.
Come over here, Connie.
Okay.
See this long pole I have hidden against this wall?
Yeah?
Ever see a pole vaulter?
You mean one of those guys that jumped...
I used to pole vault when I was in college. And tonight I'm vaulting over that wall.
Over a 12-foot wall?
Yeah. May even break the world's record. But it's going to be strictly unofficial.
Attention, prison break. Dwight Beard, murderer, escaped from North Carolina State Prison at Raleigh. Beard is 5 feet 11, 175 pounds, white complexion, athletic build, extremely dangerous. May be riding freight train heading south. Watch all trains heading south.
Okay down there, Sheriff? Yeah. Beard's not hiding on this freight. You can signal the engineer to go ahead.
Okay. All clear. All clear.
Pull over there. See any white man along the roads as you came through?
No, sir, boss. I ain't seen no one but myself all the time.
All right, get going.
Meanwhile, 2 police officers talked in Dallas, Texas.
Officer Roberts, I'm certain that Dwight Beard is somewhere in the Southwest.
If he's here, we'll get him, Sheriff. Police departments in every town in the country have circulars on Beard with full descriptions. He can't hide out forever.
No, sooner or later, we'll get him.
Yes. I wonder what it feels like to be a hunted man every minute of the day and night.
This river's like ice. But I gotta get across. They're after me. After me with bloodhounds. Won't let me rest night and day. Everywhere. Cops. Driving me crazy. They won't let me sleep. I can't sleep. I can't sleep.
It was on the night of December 23rd, 1936, that Dwight Beard arrived in Dallas, Texas, Colonel. But he was no longer the self-confident college man who had a plan for the perfect crime. Down at the heels, shifty-eyed, he slunk along a Dallas side street and walked up to a store.
Yes? You wish something?
Listen, guy, hand over your money or I'll kill you. I swear I will.
No. Don't. Here, take the money.
That's better. If you try to follow me, I'll kill you.
Help! Hold up! Help!
You dirty rat!
What's wrong? Officer Roberts, I've just been held up. Man in the gray sweater. He ran down that cellar. Get back, all you people. Out of the way. Get back, all of you. Officer Roberts, don't go down there. Here's... Officer Roberts! Are you hurt bad? Somebody killed a cop. Yes, it's Officer Roberts.
Call an ambulance. Get help. Do something. Help.
Officer John Roberts was dead, Colonel.
The second murder chalked up against Dwight Beard.
Yes. From descriptions given by the storekeeper and the witnesses, Dallas police, who had memorized Beard's wanted circulars, soon knew that Dwight Beard was the murderer, and emergency squads were hurriedly ordered to converge on the area where Beard was last seen.
All right, you men. Take up your positions back of this wall. The killer's hiding in that garage. Train your machine guns on the door of that garage.
Right, Custer.
You other squads over there in position?
Yes, sir. Keep down, everyone.
Hey, you in the garage. We know you're Dwight Beard. You're completely surrounded. Come out before we open fire. All right, men. Now we'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Put around the machine gun bullets through the roof of the garage.
Captain?
Yes?
I'm up here in this fire escape. I can see the killer. He's climbed out on the roof of the garage.
What?
There's a truck parked in the street. He's going to try and jump in it and get away.
Come on, men. Follow me.
There's the gunman. He's going to jump fast. Grab him. I got him. I'm hurt. Let me go. Let me go.
Get up on your feet. Put the handcuffs on.
I didn't do anything. I'm hurt. I didn't do anything.
So, you thought you could jump to that truck and get away? A college athlete, huh? Come on, Dwight Beard, start walking. Your jumping days are over.
And so, Colonel Schwarzkopf, for the second time in his life, Dwight Beard was arrested and tried for murder. But this time, the death sentence was carried out. Dwight Beard was electrocuted June 6, 1937, in the prison at Huntsville, Texas.
Thank you, Chief Coffey, for bringing us the facts in this case of Dwight Beard, the eighth bandit. It's too bad that a college education, athletic ability, and social accomplishments should have been used to rob good householders and snuff out the lives of law-abiding citizens. All because he would not learn the fundamental truth that crime never pays. And now, before we broadcast our nationwide clues, a few words from Charles Stark.
Now that Mother and Sis have finished the dinner dishes, the last job in a long, hard day, they'll know what I mean when I talk about a weary back and sore arms. So many people suffer needlessly at a time like that, when just patting on Sloan's liniment will bring them quick and comforting relief. This famous liniment is the friend of all the family, the enemy of muscular aches and pains for more than 50 years. Try it just before going to bed for those housework aches. Or perhaps Dad has a stiff neck from sitting in a draft, or the youngster bumped his elbow playing football. In all those little family emergencies, Sloan's will help smooth out the kinks in those aching muscles. It's easy to apply, just pat it on, and you can feel it go to work like a heat treatment to bring you back to yourself again. If you haven't a bottle on the medicine shelf right now, make sure to ask your druggist for Sloan's liniment when you go shopping tomorrow. And now, the clues.
Warning, citizens of Southwest, watch for escaped Texas bad man Charles G. Duffield, 24, 5 feet 9 inches, 147 pounds, black hair, brown eyes, tattoo, word chief, upper outer left arm, tattoo, emblem, heart, and dagger with bird and ribbon, outer right arm. This man, notorious Dallas robber, escaped last week from State Prison Farm in Texas.
Attention, citizens of western states. Beware a man 6 feet or more, 200 pounds, dark bushy hair, small mustache, wearing dark trousers and jacket which look new. This man wanted for robbery last week of store and for subsequent kidnapping and beating of woman, leaving woman unconscious along road, Ely, Nevada.
Caution, citizens of Pacific Coast, be on lookout for bank robber, 35, 5 feet 6 inches, 130 pounds, fair complexion, wore dark double-breasted suit, gray cap, carried .38 caliber blue steel revolver. This man wanted for robbery last week, bank, Los Angeles, California.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police or gangbusters at once. Next week, the amazing case of the ruthless gang leader who used dynamite as his tool. Train after train laid waste, innocent victims killed, and the fiend who thought he could escape. Hear how alert police authorities caught this gang through sheer persistence and scientific investigation. You friends of Sloan's liniment are in for another treat as Phillips H. Lord opens Chapter 213 in the officially endorsed America's Crusade Against Crime.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Last week of store and for subsequent kidnapping and beating of woman, leaving woman unconscious along road, Ely, Nevada. Caution, citizens of Pacific Coast, be on lookout for bank robber, 35, 5 feet 6 inches, 130 pounds, fair complexion, wore dark double-breasted suit, gray cap, carried .38 caliber blue steel revolver. This man wanted for robbery last week, bank, Los Angeles, California.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police or Gangbusters at once. Next week, the amazing case of the ruthless gang leader who used dynamite as his tool. Train after train laid waste, innocent victims killed, and the fiend who thought he could escape. Hear how alert police authorities caught this gang through sheer persistence and scientific investigation. You friends of Sloan's Liniment are in for another treatise. Phillips H. Lord opens chapter 213 in the officially endorsed America's Crusade Against Crime.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation. Proudly we hail. Yes, Proudly We Hail, starring Zachary Scott in Above Their Comrades, a United States Army and United States Air Force presentation. And now here is our producer, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars, where the great names in motion pictures star in plays written by the nation's foremost authors. This is the true story of the founding and establishment of the country's highest award to its heroes, the Congressional Medal of Honor. In the principal role, we present Mr. Zachary Scott, and Above Their Comrades is the stirring title of our play. The curtain for Act One will rise in just a moment, but first, here's Wendell Niles with an important message.
Friends, your Army and your Air Force men have a job to do. It's a job of vital importance to them, to you, and to the world. You see, their business is peace. Yes, your Army and your Air Force have as their mission preservation of world's peace and maintenance of security for America. And they're deriving satisfaction from serving their country and from making for themselves a career of self-improvement. They're helping you as well as themselves. Give them the support they deserve. And now, once again, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act One of Above Their Comrades, starring Zachary Scott as Henry Wilson. The list of America's military heroes form a scroll of honor, long and glorious, etched by the deeds of the brave, remembered in the hearts of the grateful. And atop the list are those few who, through some deed of unbelievable valor, have earned the highest decoration America awards to her defenders, the Medal of Honor. Our story tells how this highest military honor came into being. It's the story of a shoemaker, a soldier, and one of America's outstanding public servants of the past century, a man who, had he not died while serving his country as a vice president, might have been president of the United States. You see, these three, the shoemaker, the soldier, and the statesman, were all one man, and his name was Henry Wilson. Henry Wilson did not win the Medal of Honor himself, for there was no such award when he served as a soldier. But Henry Wilson, almost more than any other American, was responsible for its creation. Let's start with Henry Wilson, the shoemaker. The year is 1834, and Wilson, a determined young man, pauses in his work at the appearance in the shop of his employer, a rather pinched-faced individual named Legro.
Mr. Legro? Oh, Mr. Legro.
Yes, Wilson. Yes. What is it?
Mr. Legro, I'm once again making preparations to leave your shop.
Leave? And for what this time?
I want to go into business for myself.
For yourself? You insane? You don't know the shoemaker's trade. You've been in here only a short time. Takes years to learn this trade.
Yes, but I've been learning. I'm sure I know enough to go out on my own.
Oh, you do? Well, what about our agreement? You've contracted to work for me for at least 6 months longer. Huh? What about that?
I'll pay you. I'll pay you for my release.
Hey, where would you get any money?
I've managed to save enough to buy myself out, Mr. Legro. Here a little, there a little. I assure you I have the necessary amount.
You are an idiot and a fool. May heaven help you.
Well, it seemed that heaven did help young Mr. Henry Wilson, fool and idiot, for he had soon built up a profitable shoemaking business of his own. And as every young man in such a position is quite certain to do, Henry just happened to be walking a young lady of long acquaintance home one spring evening.
Well, here's my gate.
Unfortunately, it is. Miss Harriet.
Yes?
We have now known each other a considerable length of time.
Quite considerable.
As you know, I make shoes. I must confess that in pondering what I'm about to say, I've worn out a pair of my best shoes, pacing up and down.
Yes, Henry.
I suppose I could say it best this way. I want more than anything else in the world to be your devoted husband.
Oh, Henry, I too wondered what I would say if you should ask me. I don't know what to say, except kiss me.
Henry Wilson's personal affairs prospered, but an unselfish desire of serving others soon led quite naturally enough to a desire to serve in the legislature in his home state, Massachusetts. At a big gathering following the election, beside the platform which had been erected, a nervous man is talking to the leader of the band.
Now, have you got it, Herman?
I think so.
Well, I'll give it to you once more. Your band plays after Mr. Wilson speaks, but before the refreshments. Have you got it?
Yes. Before Mr. Wilson, after the refreshment.
No, Herman. After Mr. Wilson. After. Oh, dear, they're introducing him now.
Let's have it quiet. It's my privilege to introduce to you your new representative, Henry Wilson.
Thank you. My good friends, it is indeed a privilege to speak to you this election night when I see before me...
It was inevitable that a man of Wilson's talent and desire for service should progress in his career to the Congress as a representative of the state of Massachusetts. And then, in 1860, as a United States Senator, we find him discussing a new responsibility with his wife, Harriet.
I'm so proud of you. To think that my husband is now the distinguished chairman of the Senate Military Affairs Committee.
And husband of the beautiful Harriet Wilson. An even greater honor.
Oh, now, Henry.
Well, a senator can be in love with his wife, can't he?
Oh, my dear. You always make me feel so important and so wonderful, even when I'm tired.
Harriet, you have been feeling stronger lately now, haven't you?
Yes, Henry. I think so.
You know, Harriet, now that I'm chairman of the Military Affairs Committee, perhaps I'll be able to do something about that favorite project of mine.
Oh, yes, your Soldier's Award.
Yeah, that's right. I'd like to call it the Congressional Medal of Honor. And once established, a president would be set for awarding outstanding bravery.
You've convinced me about your award, my dear, long ago.
Well, let's hope I can do the same thing with those members of Congress who are against the medal. Oh, I'll accomplish it. Just like I once bought out my apprenticeship. Here a little, there a little.
Of course you will, my dear.
In that regard, I'd like to have a dinner tomorrow night for Colonel Monet. He's a member of the French Military Commission here to survey our army and make recommendations. I want him to recommend this award.
Anyone else coming, dear?
Colonel Ephraim Ellsworth has promised to drop by for dinner.
Oh, it's always lovely to have Ephraim.
He'll be leaving right after dinner to join the president. Mr. Lincoln has invited him to a big reception at the White House.
Oh, wonderful for Ephraim and his future.
Yes, indeed. Well, now, my dear, you're sure this dinner won't be too much for you?
No, Henry. For you, nothing is too much.
Well, Sir Wilson, I must say the best cooks are not confined to France. This has been a superb dinner.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Colonel Monet. Of course, Colonel Ellsworth here is our star boarder.
I most certainly am. Too bad that Madame Wilson was unable to join us.
Well, she's not been quite herself, and I insisted that she remain in bed with you.
Oh, it is nothing serious, of course.
Oh, no, I'm sure it's nothing.
Colonel Ellsworth, it is just a small matter, but my curiosity has been aroused.
You Frenchmen, eternally curious.
I was wondering, in France, we military men always wear our medals at social functions. Colonel, I notice you do not wear yours. Is it a custom?
We have no medals in the American Army.
No medals? But I do not understand. But surely you must have some way of rewarding the soldiers and officers who distinguish themselves.
I'm afraid we don't, Colonel Monet.
Oh, c'est impossible. No medals at all.
I agree with you, Colonel Monet. I believe that we should have some tangible way of expressing appreciation for our soldiers. Particularly, I am interested in establishing an award for outstanding valor.
Senator, you'd better come at once. Your wife has fainted.
Oh, you'll excuse me, Colonel Monet.
Of course.
Ephraim, you had better go and get the doctor.
I'll get a doctor here as fast as I can. Well, Henry?
It seems to be pneumonia. Doctor said the crisis has not been reached. I don't know, Ephraim. I feel right about this.
Henry, I know that nothing possible can harm Harriet. Nothing.
You make it sound better. Aren't you going to be late for that reception at the White House?
I'm not going, Henry. I have sent regrets to the president.
Oh, but Ephraim, it isn't every colonel in Washington who receives an invitation to an important affair at the White House.
And it isn't every colonel, Henry, who has a friend like you. I want to stay with you, Henry, until you're assured your wife is out of danger.
God bless you, Ephraim. God bless you.
The doctor says you may see her now, Senator Wilson. She's going to be all right.
Oh, thank heaven.
I'll be going now.
All right, Ephraim. Harriet and I both thank you.
I know. Tell Harriet the star boarder's looking forward to that next dinner. Soon. Goodbye, Henry.
Oh, Henry.
My dear, don't try to talk too much.
Henry, I was sorry about the dinner. Was it all right?
It was perfect, my dear.
And your Colonel Monet?
He's on our side.
Oh, I'm glad. And what you said, here a little, there a little, maybe...
Yes, my dear. Yes, I'm sure of it now. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going first to get you out of that bed and fit as a fiddle again. Because I want you to be in that gallery when Congress convenes again and I introduce my resolution.
Quiet. Quiet in the Senate. Quiet, gentlemen, please.
Mr. President,
The chair recognizes the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, as chairman of the Military Affairs Committee, I would like to put on the docket the following resolution. That the Congress shall cause to be created a Medal of Honor, to be awarded to those soldiers who shall most distinguish themselves by gallantry in action.
Mr. President, the chair recognizes the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I move that the resolution of my esteemed colleague from Massachusetts be tabled. Such an award as he proposes smacks of monarchy. In the long and glorious history of our great nation, we have always struggled to maintain our democratic principles.
Mr. President, I am in full agreement with the senator from Illinois. It is quite true that we must maintain the principles of our free republic.
Gentlemen, there must be quiet in this chamber. Senator Wilson, I'm afraid we must postpone this discussion. I have just received word that armed forces of the Confederate States of America have attacked Fort Sumter. Gentlemen, this means war between the states.
We pause briefly from our story, Above Their Comrades, starring Zachary Scott, to bring you an important message from our government.
A career with wings is the career of the future. Many young men who are aware of this have taken a step that will give them wings. Air Force Aviation Cadet Training. When they have completed the training successfully, they will receive their pilot's wings and a commission as second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force Reserve. Outstanding graduates will receive regular commissions, while others will have the opportunity to qualify for a regular commission while they are on active duty tours. The requirements are that you are between the ages of 20 and 26 and 1/2, with 2 years of college or the equivalent, that you are physically fit. As an aviation cadet, you will be on your way to a great career. Find out now if you can qualify. Get your application today at your nearest Air Force base or U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force recruiting station. Remember, only the best can be aviation cadets.
And now, Act Two of Above Their Comrades, starring Zachary Scott as Henry Wilson. Senator Henry Wilson's efforts to have Congress create a Medal of Honor to be awarded for valorous deeds to members of the Army have temporarily been postponed. The Confederacy has attacked federal territory, and preparations are being speeded to put the country on a wartime basis. We find Wilson and his wife Harriet, completely recovered from her illness, talking to Wilson's friend, Colonel Ellsworth, at Senator Wilson's home in Washington, D.C.
It's a terrible thing, this war between the states.
Yes, think. American against American. Brother against brother.
War is never pleasant, Harriet. But this... Henry, this is going to be the hardest job of all. Leading men in armed warfare against the men who, only a few months ago, were brothers in arms.
And what about Washington? Do we have troops enough to defend the capital?
I think so. While we're virtually surrounded by Confederate territory, we can always summon enough federal and militia troops for the protection of Washington.
Well, that's reassuring.
Oh, there's not too much to worry about at this point. As a matter of fact, I'm taking my regiment over to occupy Alexandria tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't know that was planned so soon.
Will there be trouble? Surely there must be some Confederate troops in Alexandria.
Only a few. We're allowing them a few hours to leave. Then we'll disembark. We're going by boat and occupy the city.
Well, Ephraim, good luck to you.
Thank you, Henry.
Take good care now.
We wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
Well, you're making this sound so ominous. Now, don't worry, Henry. If I can't take care of myself, I have some very brave men in my command who will. Why, I dare say there won't even be a shot fired tomorrow.
The men are all disembarked and in formation, Captain.
Good, Sergeant. At ease. At ease, men. As you know, we are now in Alexandria. From the docks here, we will march in and occupy the strategic points of the city. We expect no opposition, but remember, this is Confederate territory. Any questions? Company, 10, hit. Forward, up.
Oh, here comes Colonel Ellsworth, sir.
Captain, halt the men.
Oh, yes, sir, Colonel Ellsworth. Company, halt. Company, halt.
Captain, you see the Confederate flag over that inn?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll tear it down.
If you please, Captain. I prefer that privilege myself.
Oh, yes, sir.
Let me have a couple of men.
I'll give you Private Brownell. He's one of my best men. Brownell.
Yes, sir.
You and these two men go with Colonel Ellsworth.
We'll be back in a couple of minutes. You wait here with your company until we return. Hold it here. Brownell, you and your men cover me. I think I can reach the flag from the windowsill.
Yes, sir.
Here it is.
Well, Colonel, you certainly sweated that one out.
Easier than I thought. I was sure someone was inside the building.
Now the place is deserted.
Well, we better have a look-see just to make sure.
Look out, Colonel. Get back at me.
Oh, good work, Brownell. You got him. You all right?
I'm okay. You missed me.
How about Colonel Ellsworth?
He hit the Colonel. Colonel Ellsworth is dead. I'm Brownell, Senator Wilson. You said you wanted to see me.
Yes, won't you sit down?
Thank you, Senator.
Colonel Ellsworth was a very dear friend of mine. I want to thank you for trying to protect him at the risk of your own life.
It was all in the way of duty, sir.
No, it was more than your duty. You deliberately put yourself in the line of fire. You could have been killed yourself.
Anyone else in the outfit would have done the same, Senator. We all thought a lot of Colonel Ellsworth.
Well, Brunel, I want to express my appreciation. And there's something I want you to know. I've been trying for some time now to get a bill passed to create a Medal of Honor for outstanding bravery. And if successful, I'm going to see that you are awarded that medal. The death of my friend, Colonel Ellsworth, has made me all the more determined that men of your caliber shall receive the recognition they deserve.
Thank you, sir.
With the nation in a state of crisis, Wilson's duties as chairman of the Military Affairs Committee occupied his every moment. Then, late in 1861, Congress adjourned. Immediately upon adjournment, President Lincoln summoned Wilson to his office.
Oh, come in, Senator. Come in. There's something I want to talk over with you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I know you feel the tragedy of the event that has befallen our nation.
Yes, Mr. President. And in a very personal way. The loss of my dear friend, Colonel Ellsworth.
I have that report. However, we must pursue our objective with firmness in the rights, as God gives us to seek the right. Wilson, you've been doing a fine work in the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I have in mind for you an assignment, a special assignment.
Is it permanent?
No, just between sessions. It will terminate when Congress convenes again.
Oh, is this mandatory, Mr. President?
No, I'll explain it and leave it up to you whether you want to accept. I'm appointing a commission to study mobilization and manpower requirements. I want you to serve on the commission.
I'd like to, Mr. Lincoln, but I feel I could be of even greater service in uniform.
Uniform?
Yes, sir. I've been offered a temporary commission as colonel in the Massachusetts State Militia. I'm going into active duty between congressional sessions.
You're going me one better, Wilson, serving in the regular forces.
I don't like to refuse your offer, Mr. President, but
That's
I do...
quite all right, Wilson. I'm sure you will be of invaluable aid to the nation in uniform.
And I'll be back when Congress reconvenes, Mr. Lincoln. And there's one project in particular I want to take up again. Creating a Medal of Honor.
No wonder they call you the soldier's friend. Good luck, Wilson. And when you return, good luck on your soldier's medal.
Members of the Senate, I move to take up Senate Joint Resolution number 82 to provide for the presentation of Medals of Honor to the men of the Army and the volunteer forces who have or who may distinguish themselves in battle during the present rebellion.
Mr. President,
the chair recognizes the senator from Illinois.
Before the discussion goes any further, I should like to ask why we need such a decoration as Senator Wilson proposes.
For one thing, we have no Army medals.
But, Senator Wilson, is it not true that we already have a decoration known as the Order of the Purple Heart, and also one known as the Certificate of Merit?
That's true, and it's not true.
What do you mean?
The Certificate of Merit was originated during the Mexican campaign.
What's that got to do with it?
As the name implies, it is just a certificate, a scrap of paper.
It can award.
Can a soldier wear a scrap of paper?
What about the Purple Heart? He can wear that?
The Purple Heart was originated by General Washington during the War for Independence.
Doesn't matter when it was originated.
The Purple Heart is now obsolete. It was awarded only once. It no longer is a gentleman.
It can be revived.
The Purple Heart is not a military rank.
The Army does not need medals. The practice of awarding medals.
Gentlemen, quiet. Must be quiet in this chamber. Gentlemen, the discussion is getting out of hand. You are now quibbling over small matters. The clerk will read the roll, and a vote will be taken on the resolution.
California.
California, vote aye.
Connecticut.
Connecticut, vote aye.
Illinois. Illinois votes nay.
You're home late.
Yes. Well, there it is today.
Come down. I've something to tell you.
Yes?
You've often said in your struggle to establish the Medal of Honor, here a little and there a little. Well, this is really very little. It just arrived this afternoon, and it's for you.
Why, it's a pen. What bearing does a pen...
my dear. This is the pen President Lincoln used today to sign your bill creating a Medal of Honor into law.
Harriet. On July 12, 1862, President Lincoln signed the bill providing for the Army Medal of Honor. It was a triumph for his zealous advocate, Henry Wilson, and a triumph for all those brave soldiers who, through their valor in the field of battle, have earned the right to wear the medal. As long as America must call upon her brave men to defend their native land, there will always be those who distinguish themselves by gallantry and intrepidity above their comrades. They are the winners of the nation's highest award, the Medal of Honor. The curtain falls in the final act of Above Their Comrades. Our star, Zachary Scott, will return for a curtain call after this important message from Wendell Niles.
During the recent war, 60,000 physicians volunteered to safeguard the health of American soldiers, sailors, and airmen. Today, a small fraction of this number is asked to help regular Army and Air Force doctors keep our ever-growing Army and Air Force the healthiest in the world. There are 3 jobs for these physicians. First, preventive medicine, to maintain highest health standards possible for soldiers and airmen. Second, medical and surgical care for the sick and injured. The third, research, to improve medical knowledge, not only for the benefit of military personnel, but for the good of people everywhere. If you are a practicing physician or surgeon, you may be commissioned in the grade for which you are qualified, up to and including that of colonel. And you will have the vast resources of the U.S. Army and the U.S. Air Force medical research facilities at your service. Write to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington 25, D.C., for full details. Now back at the microphone, our star, Zachary Scott, and our producer.
Zachary, I wish I could give you a citation for your fine portrayal of Henry Wilson.
Thank you, C.P. When the Hollywood Coordinating Committee told me about your invitation to do an authentic story based on the Medal of Honor, I was very pleased.
The invitation really came direct from General Hanley.
Oh, I didn't know that. By the way, it was a good story.
Thanks to the author, W. James Bastian.
So I got interested and did some research on my own about the Medal of Honor.
Oh?
Yes, maybe your listeners would like to hear a couple of facts about it.
I'm sure they would, since this is the very highest award our government gives for conspicuous gallantry. The wearer rates our greatest respect.
And admiration.
That's right.
Now, do you have any idea how many Medals of Honor were awarded in the last war?
I could guess.
All right. But remember, there were over 13 million in service.
Well, let's say about 1,000.
No. The latest figures I could get show only 332.
In all branches?
That's right. Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. Now, do you know what that means in percentage of recipients?
You mean the number of men per 100 who received it?
Per 100? Well, CP, only one man received the Medal of Honor out of approximately every 40,000.
Amazing. But you know, I think everyone feels that each man who went into battle was a hero, and if needed, would have served beyond the call of duty.
I most certainly agree. Well, I've given you my facts and figures. Now, what facts can you give us about your play for next week, CP?
Next week, Zachary and ladies and gentlemen, Yvonne DiCarlo comes to our Theater of Stars in a dramatic play titled 7 Candles. This is the story of a woman's intense love for her husband, which overcomes his disordered state of amnesia to regain their former happiness and affection.
Fine. Now be listening. And please extend my thanks to the good general for the invitation. So long, CP.
I'll be glad to. Goodbye, Zachary. Be sure to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when we bring you Yvonne DiCarlo in 7 Candles. Until then, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening and cheerio from Hollywood.
Zachary Scott appeared through the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, which arranges for the appearance of all stars on this program. Script was by W. James Baskin, with music under the direction of Eddie Scrivens. This program is transcribed in Hollywood for release at this time. Wendell Niles speaking.
Nitro Brute. The makers of bromoquinine cold tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes at Nitro Brute as Dr. Watson. Friends, when you're the victim of a cold, remember this. Bromoquinine cold tablets are made exclusively to help relieve the usual distress of cold. They're not a cure-all. They're made for one purpose and one purpose only, to help relieve the common miseries of a cold. The ache, the pain, the fever, and nasal stuffing. That's why they do such an effective job. Give yourself the advantages of specialized medication. When a cold attacks, take bromoquinine cold tablets as directed and only as directed. Now, here we are again in our habitual armchair in front of Dr. Watson's fireplace, waiting for the good doctor to put down the evening paper.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Manning. I didn't see you come in. I was reading about your latest American gang shooting.
Yes, crime seems to be riding high, wide, and handsome in most of our big cities, I'm afraid. What a pity we haven't got Mr. Sherlock Holmes on the job.
This is just what I was thinking.
But on the other hand, these gangs of racketeers have sprung up since he retired. Perhaps he wouldn't know how to handle it.
Rubbish. I can remember just one case we handled back in '94. It was concerned with Giorgiano, the worst gang leader New York ever had. We didn't call it racketeering in those days, but it amounted to the same thing. Kidnapping, blackmailing, bombing, terrorizing innocent people. By during the course of that particular case, Giorgiano had one man taken for a ride, if you call it.
That sounds interesting. Why don't you tell us about it?
Well, it's a bad story. Let me see. It was in November in the year 1894. Holmes and I were sitting in our rooms in Baker Street.
Well, I thought you said this story was about the head of the New York gang.
Yes, so I did, Mr. Manning, so I did. Don't you interrupt. Even famous gangsters have been known to travel about from time to time. Well, as I was saying, Holmes and I were sitting in our rooms in Baker Street, and our housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson, ushered in a friend of hers, a landlady who kept lodgings in Great Orm Street. Holmes invited her to sit down. The poor woman was obviously harassed and kept sucking away at the fringe of her cape.
Mrs. Hudson tells me that you've been having some difficulty with the lodger, Mrs.
Warren, no, Mr. Holmes, you couldn't call it difficulty I'm having. And there was a lot that was easier to do for. It's just that I don't see him from one weekend to the other.
Oh, come now. That's nothing to be uneasy about. My best Mrs. Warren, if I were your lodger, there would be many occasions when you wouldn't see me for weeks at a time. I work a good deal at night, you know, and do my sleeping by day.
Oh, no doubt, Mr. Holmes. But this is different. He never goes out, not even at night. I've waited up to find out. I never see his face, not even when he pays his bill. Not a sign of him ever seen for the last 3 weeks.
And how do you know he's still there?
Like he's trying to get away from something? Oh, it frightens me, Mr. Holmes. I can't sleep for fright.
When did this lodger first come to you?
3 weeks back it was. He has returned to my place 50 shillings a week. You see, there's a fine sitting room and bedroom all complete like at the top of the house.
Yes, indeed. Go on.
Well, Mr. Holmes, he says to me, I'll pay £5 a week if I can have it on my own terms. He took a £10 note out of his pocket then and there and give it to me 2 weeks in advance. Then he says he's to be left entirely to himself and never for any excuse are we to disturb him.
So he's at the rooms and hasn't been out since?
Oh, yes, he has, sir. What?
But I thought you said that he...
Just what it was, sir, that first night. He went out and returned very late. He was all in bed, but I heard him walking up the stairs. And his door shut and latched. Oh, he keeps it locked. And I ain't seen him since.
But his meals. How does he get his meals?
Well, when he rings, I take a tray up and leave it on the chair outside his door. Then when he rings again, up I goes and takes the tray away empty. If he wasn't anything else, he runs it on a bit of paper and leaves it on the tray.
I see. Have you brought any of those bits of paper with you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. There's been 3.
Good.
Here they are.
Uh-huh. When today? Most interesting. Written with a broad, pointed, violet-tipped pencil and printed.
Well, what do they say, Holmes?
The messages are quite laconic, my dear Watson. Soap, Daily Gazette, and Match. They open up a very pleasing field of intelligent speculation. Suggestive, Watson, very suggestive. The gentleman...
Anything very unusual about those papers?
No. That's printed. The gentleman doesn't wish Mrs. Warren to obtain a sample of his handwriting. And here, look. On this slip, after the stove, a corner has been torn away. There is evidently some mark, perhaps a thumbprint. It might give a clue to the man's identity. Furthermore, the person is undoubtedly a foreigner.
Oh, how do you deduce that?
When he writes match, not matches.
Let's look the word up in the dictionary. Which gave only the singular, of course. Now, Mrs. Warren, what's your lodger look like when he came to take the room?
Youngish he was, Mr. Holmes. Not over 30. Middle size, dark, and he had a beard.
Spoke English?
Yes, sir, he spoke English well enough, but with an accent. He was a foreigner.
What I tell you, Watson, what I tell you. Did he give his name?
No, sir.
He had any letters or callers?
No, sir.
Where did he retire when you or the girl go in to do his in the morning?
We don't go in, sir. Just for himself.
Oh, I see, yes, interesting. And you say nothing has come out of that room? Absolutely nothing?
Just 2 burnt matches and a cigarette end. They was on the tray this morning.
You brought them with you?
Oh, that I did, sir. Mrs. Hudson told me how you said nothing was too small to take notice of.
Mrs. Hudson was right.
Sir, here you be.
These matches were used to light cigarettes.
Steady. How can you tell what the matches were used for?
Quite obvious, my dear. Wasn't quite obvious. The shortness of the burnt end. At least half a match is consumed in lighting a pipe or a cigar. Hello. Well. This cigarette is certainly remarkable. Yes, Mrs. Warren. The gentleman who is now living in your rooms is not the gentleman who engaged them.
No, Holmes, you can't tell us that. You can deduce that from the cigarette itself.
Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary. Notice the size of the thing. I believe you said the first gentleman had a beard, Mrs. Warren.
Yes, sir. A black beard it was, and a flowing moustache.
Yes. Now, take the cigarette. Only a clean-shaven man could have smoked it down this far. Why, Watson, even that person you call a moustache would have been singed.
Perhaps he used a holder.
Impossible, my dear fellow. Notice the way that it's matted at the end. No, it's a different person entirely.
How could he have got in?
Well, he went out the first night, Mrs. Warren tells me. But did the same man return? I think not. I think it was the second chap who came back. The one for whom the first man took the room.
Perhaps they both returned. Possibly that there are 2 men in those rooms.
Excellent, my dear Watson, excellent. You're coming along. Now, tell me, Mrs. Warren, how much does the fellow... Would it be enough for 2?
Oh, no, sir. He's so little I often wonder if he can keep life in one.
Well, that settles that.
Oh?
Now, Mrs. Warren, there seems to be nothing more to be done for the moment. I hardly think the situation is dangerous, at least not for the present. But keep us informed of any further developments.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I feel easier in my mind already. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Not at all.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day,
Mrs. Warren. Look here, Holmes. You're not going to go puttering about in this affair. The man is probably just a harmless eccentric of some sort.
You never know, Watson. You never know. Whoever he is, he's living in terror.
Huh?
Terror of what, I wonder?
Oh, rubbish. Besides, who's going to foot the bill? What do you expect to get out of a case like this? Education?
Look, the pursuit of knowledge, Watson, is my great hobby.
Pursuit of knowledge of the foot. Curiosity, that's what it is. Plain, unadulterated curiosity.
Oh, possibly, Watson, possibly. Education, pursuit of knowledge, curiosity. Perhaps they all amount to the same thing.
Where are you going to look for your education in this case, if I may ask?
In the Daily Gazette, my dear fellow, in the Daily Gazette. A newspaper is often a very storehouse of knowledge.
Holmes, every time I look at you, you have your nose buried in a copy of the Daily Gazette. Why the fondness for that yellow rag?
Yeah. The Daily Gazette is the paper Mrs. Warren's mysterious lodger asked for, remember?
Well, what of it? What can you discover from a common newspaper? The answer is nothing. Nothing at all. Here it is 4 days since we heard of that mysterious gentleman, Mrs. Warren. What have you unearthed? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
You're wrong as usual, my dear Watson.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special bulletin from the NBC newsroom in New York. President Roosevelt will address the joint session of Congress at noon tomorrow. We return you now to the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Might keep his enemies to the hiding place of the mysterious lodger. How would you go about keeping in touch with him?
Just right now.
Through the papers, my dear fellow, through the agony column. And since Mrs. Warren's lodger received only one paper, the notices must appear in that.
Okay. See now, but how can you tell which notice is the one we're after?
By elimination, Watson. By elimination. Take this paper, for instance. The edition which appeared 2 days after the lodger took up his residence with Mrs. Warren.
The agony column, huh? Let's have a look. Dear me. What a collection of groans, cries, and utter nonsense.
Oh, perhaps, my dear Watson, perhaps, but nevertheless, an invaluable hunting ground for the searchers after education. Well, Well, go on.
First one reads, surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart. That's very pertinent. Listen to this. It's the lady who fainted in the Brixton Park.
Disregard that. The lady doesn't interest me.
Here's another. Every day, my heart
No, bleach, Watson. Unmitigated bleach. Go on, please.
Well. Be patient. We'll find some means of communication. Meanwhile, what's this column? It's signed G.
Sounds more plausible, eh?
Are there any others?
Yes. 3 days later, we picked up the trail again. Here it is. Yeah, that one.
And making successful arrangements, patience and prudence, the clouds will pass. G again.
Yes, nothing for 2 weeks after that. Then comes something more definite. Here.
The park is clearing. If I find chance to signal, remember code. A1, B2, and so on. You'll hear soon. Oh, what for G? That's good. Things are warming up.
Oh, see who that is, will you, Watson?
Oh, sure. I'm sure he wanted to run. Thank you so much.
Well. What is it?
It's the afternoon copy of the Gazette. It's just arrived. This is how it's got
Oh,
ordered up.
good. See if there's anything in it.
House of Parliament in heated session. Actress has pearls still.
Oh, come on. Give me that paper.
Look how do tell. Snatching a paper out of a fellow's hands like that. Nice manners, I must say.
Here we are, Watson. Here we are. I read house with white stone facing, third floor, second window left after dusk. G. Ha. That's definite enough, Watson. That's definite enough. Hello. What's that? Look out of the window, will you, Watson?
Your friend, Mrs. Warren. I'm saying she must be excited. Her hat's on the side of her head, and she's puffing like a steam engine. There's Mrs. Hudson. Just let her in.
Yeah, something's happened. We weren't there. Confound it, Watson. I hope so. Come in. Mrs. Warren, what's up?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, sir, I come as best as I could.
Well, here, take a chair and get your breath.
Oh.
No, wait a minute. Sit down. That's better. Now then, what's happened?
It's a police matter, that's what it is. I'll have no more of it, and I won't. I'll cost him my bag and baggage. I'm at the end of my patience, I am. When it comes to knocking my old man about...
Mr. Watson,
well, treating him rough anyway.
Who did that?
Well, that's what we want to know. It was around 11 this morning. There was a fog, you remember? Well, I sent Mr. Warren around to get me some money in for the stew which I had for lunch. Well, he says he got no more than 10 paces down the road when 2 men come up behind him, threw a coat over his head, and bundled it into a cab that was standing beside the curb. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and he don't come back. And there am I in me stew left waiting for the onions. Well, at 2 o'clock, they come up a stew anyhow. And you know what a stew is like without onions.
Yes, it's like tea without...
Yes, that's what I like mine.
Well,
tea without milk is about that. It's one of the most...
Go on, Mrs. Warren. Go on, never mind.
Yes, well, at 3 o'clock, my old man comes home, all black and blue, and his coat tore. At first, I think he's been in some pub. He's got a weakness for a drunk now and then.
Yes. Well, go on,
Pretty soon, I see he's not drunk, just dazed, and he tells me he's been driving around for 2 hours with a couple of men threatening him, and finally they opened the door and shoved him out. And when he comes to, he found he was on Hampstead Heath, so he took a bus home, and there he lies now on the sofa, moaning and groaning.
Most interesting. Did he notice the appearance of the men? Did he hear them talk?
No, Mr. Holmes. He's clean dazed. He just knows he was lifted up as if by magic and then dropped again. Mr. Yes, sir, that's right.
And you connect this attack with your lodger?
Yes, sir. We've been living there 15 years now, and those happenings never came before. I've had enough of it. Money's not everything. I'll have him out of the house before day is
Now,
done.
Mrs. Warren. Wait a minute. Don't do anything rash. The matter's becoming more and more interesting. Here, these men mistook your husband to your lodger, and the heavy fog this morning, and when they discovered their mistake, they released him.
They threw him out, they did. Don't he there?
Well, wait a minute. The important thing is that your lodger's enemies have found him. They're on his track. They'll be back. I suggest you return to your home at once before anything serious has a chance to happen.
Just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the mystery of Mrs. Warren's lodger. Ladies and gentlemen, in every American city, town, or village, you'll find a group of people who are worthy of the highest praise. The American druggists, men and women who are always on the job to serve our needs day and night. This evening, we have a very welcome guest, a druggist from the city of the famous Mardi Gras, colorful New Orleans, Mr. Wally Schweikart of the Schaefer and Schweikart Pharmacy at Carrollton and Genesee. Now, here's what happened the other day when a friend of mine visited the Schaefer and Schweikart Pharmacy. Mr.
Wycott. You certainly have a fine modern drugstore. How long have you been serving this neighborhood?
About 25 years.
Oh, sir, it's a long time. Say, what were those big buildings I just passed on the way out?
Why, the famous Tulane and Loyola University. And we're proud to have some of the students among our best customers.
And I suppose you have an occasional professor stopping in, too, huh?
Yes, we do. College students and professors buy medicines just like anyone else.
And that brings up a question I'd like to ask. What do most of your customers buy when they want to relieve the usual symptoms of cold?
Bromoquinine cold tablets by a big margin. We recommend them, and both Mr. Shape and I have used them to help relieve the common miseries of our own cold.
That's just the way it happened, isn't it, Mr. Schweikart?
Yes, that's right.
It's been a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Schweikart, and your statement bears out the results of a coast-to-coast survey conducted by one of America's leading research organizations and taken among over 2,000 American druggists just like yourself. It was found that more than 87%, that's about 9 out of every 10 druggists, recommend bromoquinine cold tablets as an effective aid in the relief of the usual cold symptoms. And in addition, the majority of these druggists said that bromoquinine cold tablets were their largest selling tablets made exclusively for the common distress of cold. Friends, when you have the usual symptoms of a cold, get the preparation your druggist probably recommends. Time-proven bromoquinine cold tablets can take only as directed. Bromo, B-R-O-M-O. Quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets.
Very tidy indeed. Starched curtains, polished doorknobs.
I do my best, Mr. Holmes. Now, where did I put my key?
There's windows on the top floor where the lamp is lit. Those are the lodgers' rooms, I take it?
Yes, sir. Oh, here's the key. You slipped inside the letter number bag. Will you come in, gentlemen?
Holmes? Oh, the door's open. Come on in. I say, why are you staring at that house across the street?
You see it, Watson? You see it?
Of course I see it. I'm not blind.
High red house with white stone facing.
Of course. The message.
Yes. Watson, that is undoubtedly the signal station. Notice the to let sign in the window? An ideal spot, my dear fellow. An ideal spot.
I dare say we're supposed to be going inside. We're keeping Mrs. Warren waiting.
Right, Watson. Practical as usual. No, Mrs. Warren, what now?
I don't rightly know, sir.
Well, suppose we begin by taking a look at this mysterious lodger of yours.
Well, how are you going to manage that if he keeps the door locked?
When do you take his next tray up to him, Mrs. Warren?
Usually I do see around 4:30.
4:30, eh? It's almost that now. Is there any chance, another room with a door opening onto the corridor?
No, sir, that is... Oh, wait a minute, sir. There's a cupboard. A big cupboard almost opposite his door here.
Excellent. What you and I will secrete ourselves in that cupboard while Mrs. Warren fixes the gentleman's tea tray.
Very good, sir. I'll do it right away. It's the top floor, Mr. Holmes. You can't miss it. The cupboard door is the first one to the right, at the head of the stairs.
Good, thank you. Come on, Watson.
Do you think it's nice lying like this?
Watson, you've too many scruples for a first-class detective. Oh, come down the stairs. They creak like a rusty thing.
Now, what are you doing?
I'm leaving my shoes. You better follow my example. That way you'll have a much better chance of being undetected.
Yeah, well, but I feel like a criminal myself. Oh, not I can't get the shoelace undone.
Well, look at this big breakage. We can't sit here all night.
All right. Oh, there you are.
Come on now. Quiet, be quiet. You sound like the charge of the light of the day.
I'm not making any more noise than you are.
Cover the door. Yes, let's go.
What? What you said was a large.
I'll go paint these here. Close the door. Look at the crack. That's enough to see through.
I can't see the best thing put together like this.
I'm not supposed to. I'll do this little band bit of the plateau. Here comes Mrs. Warren. Now, stop that noise. You're talking like a grandpa. Yes, here she is. Slip down chair. Going away. At the door now. Slowly. And a big bite thunder. Well, I'm dashed.
What is it, Holmes? all excitement. Who was it? Who opened the door?
Remember, I used the substitution of lodgers, Watson? Yes. What I did not foresee was that we should find a woman, no ordinary woman, Watson.
No, of course not.
Dark, young, handsome, with a face etched with terror.
Terror? Do you think she saw us?
I think she suspected our presence.
Well, what do we do now?
We'll put on our shoes. They meant to spend the next few minutes on the front doorstep.
Why?
You remember the message said that G would communicate with the lady at dusk today? Please keep an eye on the window opposite.
Yes,
It's almost dark now. Come along.
Holmes, we've been here for half an hour. My fingers are practically numb. Perhaps your friend has seen us and been scared off.
Well, this doorway's too dark. It's more likely that something has happened to prevent his coming. Hold on. There's a light over there now.
Yes, I can see each other. Look, there he is. Pale face. Pressed against the wall.
He's got a candle peering across. Once they're sure she's there. Now we see this flash. A single flash. It's A. Take the message, Willie Watson, so we can check up on each other.
Go ahead. T. That is
Wait a minute. There's down. Another T.
That's the beginning of the second word.
Now E. Then comes an N. Long one this time.
It's another T.
An A. It's not. Oh, surely that's not all.
At 10 Tower. At 10 tonight. That's why we're going. I have it. T.A. is the initial.
Let's go again.
Why she got a waist like that? I can't keep up with it.
The same message over again. Curious, Watson. Attenta.
Has to be in cipher, Holmes.
Not a very obscure cipher, Watson. It's Italian. Attenta means beware. It must be urgent.
Very good, scared.
Still the same message. Attention. Hello. You've broken off. The light's gone out.
Someone's broken the window.
What's that? Quick, Watson. We must get in there. Something violent is happening.
The door's unlocked, Holmes.
Come on, Ben. Keep your revolver handy. Dark, I can't see a thing. Here, up the stairs. Hello. The scan's already dropped it. You're warm. Got a match, Watson. That's better. Let's look around a bit.
So quiet. It's uncanny. Where could he have gone?
There's a broken window. And here, look here, Watson. Blood. A trail of blood. Some heavy object has been dragged along the floor. Reach this cupboard door. Open it, Watson.
Is it open? Oh, very well. Oh, look. On the floor, a man.
On his back and covered with blood.
Look, there's a knife. A knife sticking straight up.
Driven blade deep into the body. A terrific blow. Give me that candle. Let's have a look at it. Yes.
There. Look at the red circle drawn on the floor under his head. A halo in blood. Holmes, what are you doing with that candle?
Finishing the message. I think it will be helpful. Let's get to the root of this mystery. I must find out how he got there.
You knew this man? Then you recognize him?
Naturally, Watson. It's Black Georgiano, the head of the most terrible band of criminals in America.
Georgiano. Gee, Georgiano. Then it must be he who sent the message. What's he doing over here in England?
That's the question you must ask a lady from across the street. We should begin in a moment. I signaled her to come. Here she is.
Carissimo, I have a cold. Ah, Sue, what is it? What have you done with him?
You must prepare yourself for a nasty shock, madam.
My husband, what has happened? What are you hiding from me? Who is that on the floor?
I beg of you not.
Oh, let me see. Georgiano, Romeo, you're killed him. He's dead.
Please don't be so upset, madam.
But it is wonderful, marvelous.
What?
You are a policeman. You have killed him. Oh, I'm so happy. You have killed him.
He was dead when we found him.
How so? Then it was my Jenna who killed him. My wonderful Jenna. He has done it so perfectly. He is painted. He is magnificent. But where is he? Just now he sent a message for me to call.
It was I who sent the final message. Your husband disappeared out of the back window, if I read the signs correctly.
But I ran away. Oh, my husband, he did it to protect himself. To save me. No one could blame him. You could not arrest him for that. No. Now that your general is dead, we fear nothing. We are free.
Perhaps you'd like to tell us about it. I may be able to arrange matters with Scotland Yard.
Your general is my husband, Gennaro Luca. I am Amelia Luca. My husband and I, we live in New York. We are happy until my general's brother, he meets this Georgiano. Look at this. The monster. There is no judge in the world who would punish my husband because he killed him.
Yes, I understand he had rather an unsavory character.
He was a fiend. He makes the young Italian men join in his society. Gennaro's brother was one of his men. He cannot break away. He must do the most terrible thing. And then one night he said no. He was shot. Shot in the back.
In the back? Quite a sportsman, huh?
Quite what?
After that, this young gentleman, he said my husband must join his gang. He began to make love to me. He was terrible. I was so afraid.
So you ran away?
Yes. One night we go on a boat for England. But we know Georgiana will follow us when he finds out. My general, he hides me where I will be safe. He knows Georgiana will come. And he waits for him outside. Tonight he arrived at last. But my general is ready. He is prepared to kill him. Oh, he is a hero, my Gennaro.
I don't know what the British point of view will be, but I imagine that in New York, this lady's husband will receive a pretty general vote of thanks.
Oh, I think we can arrange the British point of view, Watson. Scotland Yard has been on the lookout for this Georgiano since they heard he had landed. Mr. Luca has just taken a little bit of work, that's all. And now, Mrs. Luca, if you'll come with me, I believe we can arrange matters satisfactorily.
I'm so happy.
Well, it's been an interesting case, Holmes, but I still can't for the life of me see what you expect to get out of it.
Education, Watson, a little more education. Always seeking knowledge at the old university.
In just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Ladies and gentlemen, when colds are prevalent, act wisely. Don't neglect the cold. Rest and avoid exposure. Remember, if neglected, even a so-called light cold may lead to more serious illness. But if a cold attacks with its headache, pain, nasal distress, and fever, take bromoquinine cold tablets. They go right to work to help relieve the usual miseries of a cold. They're specialized medication, and they work internally. They bring prompt relief, grateful relief, and they are time-proven. They're known and sold everywhere to help relieve the common discomforts of cold. Yes, you can take them with confidence. So when you have the usual symptoms of a cold, get busy and take bromoquinine cold tablets. Use only as directed, and be sure to get the real thing. Look for the letters LBQ on the tablet, and always ask for them by name. Bromo, B-R-O-M-O. Quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E. Bromoquinine cold tablets. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, next week I think I'll tell you an adventure that took me on a wild goose chase halfway across the continent of Europe. A case which Holmes solved by opening a coffin.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Red Circle, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The dramatization was by Edith Miser, musical interludes composed and conducted by Lou Tosloff. This program is presented from Hollywood each week at this time by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets, prompt relief for cold distress. This is not managed. Christmas seals are the stamps that help fight tuberculosis. Your contribution to the health and strength of our nation. Buy your Christmas seals today. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. good evening. This is Bill Foreman, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. All this month, Rexall family druggists are offering 4 of these products at attractive bargain prices. Just listen. Rexall Hydrogen Peroxide, USP 3%, a pint for only 30 cents. Rexall Epsom Salt, medicinally pure, regular 41-cent pound, now only 27 cents. Rexall Mineral Oil, extra heavy body, non-habit forming, and non-fattening, the regular 69-cent pint, down now to only 46 cents. Alco-Rex Rubbing Alcohol Compound, top quality, the regular 49-cent pint, yours now for only 32 cents. Remember, these bargains are available all during August at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember this, too. You can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. We can solve any crime but television.
Diamond, stop clowning and get right down here.
Well, Sergeant Loveloom. What's the matter, Otis? Didn't the zoo pick up your option?
Oh, now quit that. You gotta get right down here. Something terrible's happened.
They haven't made you commissioner.
Worse than that. Lieutenant Levinson's been kidnapped.
Diamond to see you, Captain.
Hello, Collins.
Oh, all right, Diamond.
Otis just called me about Walt.
Now, look, Rick. I know Walt's a personal friend of yours. He's a good friend of mine, too. But this is police business. A cop's been kidnapped.
Diamond was a cop for 6 years.
I don't need a case history, Sergeant.
Oh, get off it, Charlie. I'm down here to help.
Of course you are. But there's one thing I won't stand for, Rick. The way you operate.
Well, what's the matter with the way I operate?
I know how you feel about Walt, and when a guy feels that strongly about someone, he's liable to do a lot of things to get a few answers.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Charlie. What are you going to do, hold a tea party and hope someone will spread some gossip?
That's not fair, Rick.
Well, if you think I'm going to sit back knowing that Bert Fisher's got Walt...
Who said anything about Bert Fisher?
Well, nobody had to say anything. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Walt sent Bert's brother Art to the electric chair. Bert swore he'd get Walt for it. Fisher dies tonight, doesn't he?
Yeah. Sure, I think it's Bert Fisher, too. And we're going to do everything about it we can.
Bert's been in Detroit, hasn't he?
Yeah. I've got a call into Detroit. Should be hearing any time.
This phone call you got saying they had Walt.
I didn't have time to trace it. The guy said Walt was being held, and when Art Fisher dies tonight in the chair, so does Walt.
Charlie, I'm going to work on this thing whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that figures. But I promise you, Rick, I won't save your skin if you get out of line.
Any leads yet?
No. You're rounding up the usual stoolies.
Well, I know a couple of boys who might have a few angles.
Who?
Nobody who would give you any information. These guys aren't stoolies. They might tell me because I think they like me. You see, Charlie, sometimes it pays not to be a cop.
I'll expect any information you get, Rick.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll see you later.
Rick.
Yeah?
Be a good boy, will you?
Collins, if we don't find Walt by 11 o'clock, can you hold up Fisher's execution?
No.
Oh, it's swell. I'll keep in touch.
Hey, Diamond, you think you can do anything?
And I can try. Do me a favor, Otis.
Okay.
Get me a complete background on Bert Fisher. Everything. All his friends, his record, as far back as you can go.
Gee, Diamond, I'm scared for the lieutenant.
You're not alone with that one, Otis. In the Bowery, living in a broken-down rooming house, was a man. 20 years ago, he'd come to the big city with his trumpet tucked under his arm. He'd started playing with little combinations along 52nd Street, and pretty soon the word got around. Everyone came to listen to him. They called him the Dean of Jazz, and the title stuck. Then one night he had an argument with one of the Upholsterer mob, and the next morning they found him in an alley, half dead, his face beaten to a pulp. It was a long time before the Dean could get around again, and it was a lot longer before he could play his trumpet. And by then, no one would have him. He couldn't make enough with the horn, so he tried crime. And that's where I met him. I did him a favor, and a short time later he went straight. He'd still kept his underworld connections, but he wasn't a stoolie. I'd just done him a favor once.
Yeah, who is it?
Richard Diamond.
Oh. Hello, Diamond.
How you, Dean? Like to see you.
Yeah, I kind of figured you would.
Dean, you ever run into a guy named Fisher? Bert Fisher?
How about a drink?
No, thanks.
Skull. Oh, man, it's going to be hot today.
This, Bert Fisher grabbed Lieutenant Levinson. Says he's going to kill him.
I can't help you.
Oh, Dean, I just need one little lead to get started.
Yeah, sure. Wish I had a fan in here.
How's business?
It isn't. I make enough to pay the rent.
How about a few bucks to keep you going?
Well, I ain't proud, but it won't buy you anything.
The lieutenant's a good friend.
Yeah. Word got around this morning.
Yeah. Here's 10. Buy yourself some groceries.
Oh, thanks. You did me a favor once.
Forget it.
Bert Fisher's got a lot of rough hoods working for him. They're most all from Detroit, but they kill the same as anyone from here.
Mm-hmm. Dean, do you know anything at all?
I might. Who wants to die?
Hey, still blow pretty good.
Sure, me and Bix.
Well, I'll see you around.
Yeah, thanks for the 10.
Oh, Dean, about 11 o'clock tonight, play a few bars of the funeral march.
Oh, Simon.
Yeah?
You remember this tune, don't you?
For it was Mary, Mary, plain as any name can be.
You got it, pal. See you around.
Sergeant Loveloom.
Oh, this is Diamond, Otis. What'd you find out?
Oh, I got reports on everybody we know is connected with Bert Fisher. You want me to read them off?
Anybody on that list named Mary?
Mary? No. These guys are all named Hallelujah or something.
Look, check all of those names and see if Fisher or any one of his boys ever knew a girl named Mary. Then after you do that,
You what?
Holy smoke, I'll talk to you later. Dean! The Dean had blown his last note. He was sprawled face down on the dirty carpet, clutching the shiny trumpet. A thin line of red was spreading out from a bullet hole in his chest, and the open window sent me across the room in a hurry. I looked out on the fire escape to see a man drop to the alley below. We both fired a split second apart. He staggered as my slug knocked him against the building, and then before I could try again, he disappeared around the corner. I turned, looked down at the Dean, and wondered if Gabriel was getting a lesson in jazz.
Diamond, I warned you before you left here
Okay, Charlie. A nice guy's been killed, but all the crying in the world isn't going to help.
Hey, I got something, Diamond.
Let's see.
Good grief, he's got the whole department working for him.
Come on, Otis, what have you got?
Is it all right, Captain?
Yeah, go ahead. I should be in the second-hand business.
Report on one of Fisher's old mob, Lou Baxter. Only one of the whole bunch who had a girl named Mary.
Mary? Who's Mary?
Charlie, look at this picture.
Lou Baxter. I've been looking at it all morning.
Well, take another look. This is the guy I shot climbing down off the fire escape after he killed the dean.
What?
Holy smoke.
You know where you can pick him up?
Oh, he's a local boy, all right. Didn't go back to Detroit with Fisher. I've had a call out in since 10:20 this morning. Hey, what about that girl, Otis?
Name's Mary Sinclair.
Used to go with Lou Baxter, Captain. No address on her.
Mary Sinclair and Lou Baxter, huh? Well, it's the first lead we've had. I'll get the boys on it.
Charlie had his methods and I had mine. Otis got in touch with the musicians local, and in half an hour I had a list of all the places the dean had worked since the union had a record on him. I started checking dives, restaurants, jam joints, questioning owners, bartenders, waiters. No one knew a girl named Mary Sinclair. Around 3 o'clock, I wandered into a place on 52nd Street known as the Red Parrot.
Hi.
I'm looking for information.
You a cop?
Private cop.
Uh-huh.
You remember a guy who played here last year? Trumpet man, the dean?
Sure. Everybody knows the dean. Something wrong?
The dean got himself killed.
Oh, no. Gee, that's too bad. Real nice guy.
You ever know a girl named Sinclair? Mary Sinclair?
No. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Hey, mister.
Yeah?
Why don't you ask Ed? He's the boy with the fingers playing the piano. He knew the dean pretty well.
Thanks. You Ed?
Yeah. What can I do for you, Pops?
I understand you're a good friend of the dean's.
Sure, we're compatible. But I ain't seen him in a while. You looking for him?
No, for a friend of his. A Mary Sinclair.
Cute chick.
Where can I find her?
Why do you want to find her, Pops?
Well, the dean was murdered a few hours ago.
She used to live over on 47th Street, 69 West. That was a year ago.
You sure about the address?
Couldn't forget it. We had a few balls up there. She was kind of a flip. We had a little combo in here, pretty crazy, too. She used to come in and listen. Real hep on jazz. Knew all the old-timers by name. Like the dean. I remembered when he was tops, before he got hurt. You ever hear him in those days?
Yeah.
I played with him a lot. Used to watch him real close sometimes. After hours, the boys would just sit around and blow because I felt like it. The dean used to lean back and close his eyes and blow things like he was getting the word from the other side. It was great. Might have been the greatest. Well, we all got to go on ahead sometime. I guess it ain't so bad, though. The harp's a real wild instrument.
I left the piano player and headed for the address he'd given me. There was a good chance Mary Sinclair wasn't living there anymore, but it was the closest I'd come to any kind of a lead. When I got there, I held my breath and looked at the mailbox. Score for Diamond. Miss Mary Sinclair still lived in the building.
Ladies, famous beauty expert Ann Delafield says that women don't really need most of the cosmetics they own.
You mean I can actually do without all the lotions and creams I buy?
Exactly. Ann Delafield says it's nonsense to think a woman needs more than one cream. She has originated a single cream, the Ann Delafield All-Purpose Deep Cream that does everything for you. It's a face cream, a cleansing cream, neck, eye, and throat cream. All creams in one. So good for your skin, and so economical, too.
Sounds marvelous. Are there other Ann Delafield cosmetics?
Yes, indeed. There are vitamins for added beauty protection, double-duty powder with built-in foundation, and other Ann Delafield beauty aids to save you time and money, yet give you the very best you can buy anywhere.
Well, you convinced me. I'll be looking for them tomorrow.
Then look no further than your nearest Rexall drugstore, the store with the orange and blue sign. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Sinclair?
Yeah. Whatever you're selling, I'll take a dozen.
I'd like to talk with you.
I'd like you to. Some other time. I'm busy right now.
I'm afraid this can't wait.
It'll have to, baby. Give me a call. Plaza 45466, Mr.
Diamond.
Okay, doll. Call me tomorrow, huh? You got your foot in the door, honey.
Old habit. Can't seem to break it.
Well, I'll break it for you, honey. Your whole leg.
You'll be sorry, doll.
All right, baby. Make it quick, huh? What do you want?
Let's talk inside.
I told you.
Yeah, I know. It's cooler in here.
The coolest. But it won't be for long.
Where's Lou Baxter?
Who?
You know, the boy you used to run around with.
I run around with a lot of boys. Ever since I was in grammar school, I ran around with boys. It's a hobby.
Where's Lou Baxter?
Baby, I don't know. You want to twist my arm? Go ahead, it might be fun.
He just killed the dean.
He did? Shame on him.
Forget it, Mary.
Hey, Lou.
Get out of the way. That's the guy who put a slug in me.
Look like you're in pretty bad shape, Baxter.
Doctor's coming. But he ain't going to be able to help you.
See, honey, you should have come back tomorrow.
Shut up.
Well, wouldn't have been half so painful.
I want Bert Fisher.
Well, good for you. Get away from that door. Now, walk into that other room.
Stop it, Baxter. Didn't want to play.
You shouldn't have done that, Charlie. I needed him alive.
That's gratitude for you. I knew you'd get into trouble, Diamond, so I tailed you from that last bar on 52nd. Is this Mary Sinclair?
Charmed, I'm sure.
Ought to stay here. Call the wagon.
Right.
There's the doctor coming up. I doubt if he's legit.
Wait for him, then bring him down to the station, Otis.
Right.
Come on, Miss Sinclair.
Sure, honey. You know, Mr. Diamond, I think I'll have to break that date for tomorrow.
Here are Baxter's things, Captain. Watch, wallet, nothing much.
Yeah, let's check the wallet.
Book of matches. Danny's Diner, Route 51. Check on that, Otis.
Right.
Nothing much in the wallet. Social Security, driver's license, some money. Quite a lot of money. Want to take a look?
Yeah. No addresses, huh?
Here's a ticket to a shoe repair shop.
Nothing much here that would give us a lead.
Yeah?
Danny's Diner is about 160 miles out on Route 51. And guess who runs it?
Oh.
Chino Amalo.
That does it. Call the authorities in that area.
Right.
Chino Amalo.
8 years for armed robbery. Used to work for Bert Fisher.
Yeah, maybe this is it. What time is it?
Going on 7. This better be it. We only have 4 hours, and we got to drive 160 miles. Captain Collins talked at the sheriff's office and set up a rendezvous with him near Danny's Diner. Then we piled into a squad car and roared across the 59th Street Bridge for Route 51.
Staff on it, Otis.
We're doing 80 now.
10 to 90. It's getting late. Now, Rick, you think we should bust right in the diner and take Amalo?
No. Amalo doesn't know me. Never seen me. You stake out your men around the place and I'll go in. Give me a couple of minutes, then you come in, work on Amalo a little, and then leave. If he knows where Fisher is, you'll try to get in touch and I'll tag him.
Something for you?
A cup of coffee and a piece of pie.
Got raspberry, chocolate, lemon, peach, custard.
Oh, raspberry.
Yeah. Here you are.
Where's the closest gas station?
About a mile down the road, but I think it's closed. It's after 10. Closes at 10.
Thanks.
Miss? Miss?
Yeah.
Where's Chino Amalo?
In the back. You want him?
Call him.
Sure. Hey, Mr. Amalo, someone wants to see you.
Okay, be right there. Yeah, something I can do. Oh, what are you doing way out here, Captain?
This your book of matches?
Yeah, that's the name of my place.
These matches on Lou Baxter. Baxter's dead.
Oh, that's too bad. You're not going to tie Baxter up with me, are you? Lots of people come in here and take my matches.
If Baxter came in here, you saw him. You're an old friend.
Well, sure, I know Lou, but I ain't seen him in years.
We got word your old boss is in town, Bert Fisher.
Oh, is that right?
Know where we might find him?
No, I haven't seen Bert in years either. Look, Captain, I've been going straight.
Sure.
You're a little out of your territory, ain't you?
This is unofficial. If you were in my jurisdiction, I'd haul you in.
Look, I tell you, I'm going straight. I don't know nothing about Lou Baxter or Burt Fisher.
Okay, Amaro. You may hear from me again.
Well, nice seeing you again, Captain.
Oh, miss.
More coffee?
Yeah. Where's the phone?
Right over there on the wall.
Is there another one?
In the kitchen, but you can't use that. Hey, you can't go back there.
Honey, it's the police. You stay where you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This is Tino. Let me talk to Fisher. Hey, what are you doing?
Don't move, Amalo.
What is this?
Cover up that mouthpiece. Cover it up.
Okay.
Now, when you get Fisher on the line, say what I tell you. Hold that receiver out so I can listen.
Look, friend.
You look. Say one thing wrong, and I'll use this gun.
You a cop?
None of your business.
Well, look,
There he is. Tell him you just heard Baxter was killed. Tell him.
Hello. Look, I just got news that the Baxter was killed.
Yeah? Okay, anything else?
No, that's all.
No, that's all.
So what's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing.
Okay. Got any more news? Keep in touch.
Hang on. Now, where's Fisher hiding out? Get up. Where's Fisher hiding out?
You dirty flat-foot, you nearly bust my jaw.
Only nearly? Where is he, Amalo?
Well, look, you kill me if I tell you.
That's getting late. Are you going to tell me?
Okay. He's in a cabin about a mile up the road.
Come on. You're going to show us.
It's just around that bend.
We better get out here and walk.
How many men has he got in there with him, Chino?
2.
Now, whose cabin is it?
Mine.
Otis, get out and tell the rest of the men to douse the lights and come over here.
Right, Captain.
Now, here's a piece of paper. Draw us the floor plan of that cabin. Yeah, I'll give you some light. Okay, go ahead, Marlowe. How many rooms?
3.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we're all set, Captain.
Okay.
One big room with a door here, a kitchen here, and a bedroom here.
Where's Lieutenant Levinson?
I only been up there once since they got in. He was in the bedroom.
Now, how about closets, back door?
One closet in the main room here, one in the bedroom here. Let's see, a broom closet in the kitchen and the back door here.
Has it got an attic?
No.
Where's Fisher's car?
Parked around the back in the shed.
Okay, I'll have the men stake out the place. You're going to take me up there, Amalo.
Me?
He's going to take us up there.
You're a civilian, Rick. If there's any shooting to be done...
If there's going to be any shooting, I'm going to be in on it.
Wait a minute. Who said I was going to take you guys up there anyway?
I did.
I told you everything I know. I ain't going to get my head shot off.
You're going to walk us up there, Marlowe, and you're going to knock on that door.
No.
And you're going to get them to open up.
Look, they're loaded with artillery, shotguns.
When the door opens, you duck.
Okay, suicide.
You heard what the captain said, Marlowe. I'm a civilian. Without a badge, I'm allowed to get pretty nasty with you.
Look, you can't make me do something I don't want. I know my rights, Captain.
You know something, Rick? I think I'm catching a cold. I can't hear a thing.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I'll go check the men. I trust you'll not take advantage of the prisoner, Rick. I couldn't hear if he yelled or something.
Wait. Okay. Fine cop.
All right, let's go. All right, men.
Yes, sir.
Listen now. I'm going up with Diamond. 3 of you take that side of the house. 3 take the other. You and you go around in the back of the shed where the car is.
Yeah.
Otis?
Yeah?
You and this man cover the front, but stay out of sight. If it comes, it'll come in a hurry, so close in fast.
And look, boys, the lieutenant's in the back room, so try and be as careful as you can.
All set?
Yep. Let's go, Amalo.
There it is.
Light in the front window.
It's 10 minutes of 11. I hope their watches aren't fast.
Keep going, Amalo.
Okay, Otis. You two drop here.
Right, Captain. Good luck.
What are you stopping for, Amalo?
I just remember they told me to yell if I came up.
If you try to pull anything...
No. Honest. They told me to yell.
Okay. You stay here. We're going up on that porch. Count 20, then yell.
And play it smart. I won't fool with you, Mallow.
Okay, Captain, but I'm scared stiff.
You're not alone. Come on, Charlie.
This guy's right up there on the land. He isn't what he's worth.
Get on that side of the door.
Hey, Bert! Bert, it's me, Chino. Hey, Bert, I gotta see you.
You alone?
Yeah. Can I come up?
It's all right on a minute. Okay, come on up. Get him. What are you doing?
One going in the room.
Look out! Okay. Don't shoot anymore. I'm hurt.
See you, Walt. Okay. Walt?
Well, it's about time. Get these ropes off me.
You okay, Walt?
Yeah. Thanks, Charlie. What time is it?
11 o'clock. Happy birthday.
If your vacation plans include some outdoor living, there are two great new Rexall products you should certainly take along. One is Rexall Sunburn Cream, a wonderful new soothing lotion that actually forms a protective film over the skin, spreads more evenly and stays on better than ordinary sunburn remedies. The other is Aerosol Fungi Rex, a new spray-on relief from athlete's foot that's easy, quick, and clean. You simply push a button, and a greaseless, stainless spray goes direct to the infected area, eliminating messy applications and quickly relieving all the burning misery of athlete's foot. Yes, this year your vacation can be rid of those two summer plagues, sunburn and athlete's foot. Just ask for the new Rexall Sunburn Cream and Aerosol Fungi Rex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Featured in tonight's cast were Wilms Herbert, Bill Johnstone, Sidney Miller, John Stevenson, Arthur Q. Bryan, Virginia Gregg, and Jay Novello. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Now, a non-fattening sweetener in granulated form. It's Rexall Sweetenette Sprinkle, the sugar substitute in a shaker. Just sprinkle it on for all the taste and none of the calories. Remember the name, Rexall Sweetenette Sprinkle, at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure with chuckles for the carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, what's all the excitement about? What happened, Lou?
Well, Uncle Mike discovered gold on his ranch.
Well, good for Uncle Mike.
Yeah, he's sending to Europe for some Englishmen with shovels.
He's sending for Englishmen with shovels. What for?
He figures England will want to borrow the gold sooner or later, and they might just as well come over here and help dig it up.
Oh, let's face it, Costello. Your Uncle Mike is a moron.
Oh, no, he's not.
No?
He's going to be a great scientist someday. Right now he's working on a new insecticide.
He is?
Yes. Last week he got out his notebooks and locked himself in his laboratory with 10,000 mosquitoes. He released the mosquitoes and was going to write down the mosquitoes' behavior.
And what did he write?
Nothing. He was so busy scratching he didn't have time to write.
Just as I thought. He's as big a nincompoop as you.
No, he's not. Right now, he's crossing a rubber plant with a banana.
And what does he expect to get?
A girdle you can slide into.
You know, your whole family are jerks. Look, by the way, what was that silly-looking thing on the radiator of your car this afternoon?
Well, you see, I can't afford a radiator cap, so I trained my little dog to sit on the radiator.
Your dog sits on the radiator?
Mm-hmm.
Does he bark much?
Only when it boils over.
Well,
I gotta leave you now, Abbott. I got a job as a babysitter.
You a babysitter?
Yep.
Babysitters are girls.
Well, what's wrong with the man? My Uncle Jim Kelly was a sitter. He isn't around anymore, though.
He isn't? What happened?
While he was sitting, the warden pulled the switch.
Oh, get him out.
And there'll be much more of that terrific Abbott and Costello humor in a few seconds.
Excited about? Calm down. What's the matter?
I'm worried, Abbott.
What do you mean?
My Aunt May is in terrible shape.
Well, what's the matter with her?
She's got hallucinations. She thinks she's a taxi cab.
She thinks she's a taxi cab?
Yeah.
Why doesn't Uncle Mike call a doctor?
Why should he? She gets him to work faster than the Sunset Bus.
How long has Uncle Mike and Aunt May been married, Lou?
Well, it's just 20 years since they went on their honeymoon. Aunt May went to Niagara Falls, and Uncle Mike went to Miami.
Wait a minute. You mean they weren't together on their honeymoon?
No, Uncle Mike said that a honeymoon is the happiest time of your life, and why let marriage spoil it?
Well, it's wonderful to think that your Aunt May and your Uncle Mike have been married for 20 years.
Yeah. But really, Abbott, what's wonderful about it? Uncle Mike thought she loved him, but for the whole 20 years she hated him. Hated him like poison. And now they have 17 children.
Wait a minute. If she hated him, why did they have 17 children?
Well, it was her idea. She was just trying to lose him in a crowd.
Does that mean to him, Lou?
Well, she beats him up all the time. He wouldn't mind it if it wasn't for the children.
The children?
Yeah, they beat him, too.
He must be really henpecked.
Yes, he is. She tries to keep him in the house every night. Saturday, when he started to take his bath, she put 6 boxes of Jell-O in the tub so he'd get stuck. Luckily, it was raspberry, and he ate his way out.
Well, they don't have a very happy home life, do they, Lou?
No. Saturday night, Uncle Mike played pinochle all afternoon, and when he came home at 6 o'clock, there was no dinner on the table.
Well, where was your Aunt May?
Down at the bowling alley. She's down there 7 days a week.
Well, that's a shame.
Yep, Uncle Mike should have never got her that job setting pins.
Well, look, wasn't your Uncle Mike married once before?
Yeah, but his first wife passed away.
Well, now that's too bad.
Uncle Mike had such a tough time collecting the insurance that sometimes he almost wishes she hasn't died.
What did your Uncle Mike do before he got married, Lou?
Well, he was quite a Romeo, Abbott. For 2 years, he carried a torch for a girl in Pennsylvania.
He carried a torch for a girl in Pennsylvania?
She was a coal miner, and it gets pretty dark in those tunnels.
Didn't he ever work for a living?
Sure, he had a job in a canned soup factory. He was in the chicken soup division. He was a dragger.
Now, wait a minute. What are the duties of a dragger in a canned soup factory?
Very simple. When a 1,000-gallon tank of hot water was ready, he'd drag a chicken through it.
Well, it's no wonder your Aunt May fights with Uncle Mike.
Yeah. You should have seen Aunt May Sunday night, Abbott. She was so mad at Mike that she said she was going to pack her suitcases and leave him forever. Now he's really worried.
He is?
Yep. She ain't even started to pack her suitcases yet.
What a couple they are. Mike isn't a bad-looking guy, but I can't see what he ever saw in your Aunt May.
She was very popular in Patterson when she was a young girl.
She was?
Yes, the Patterson Electric and Power Company voted her Miss Alternating Current of 1915.
Costello, that's about the year you were born back in Patterson, isn't it?
Yes. I'm Patterson's favorite son.
What do you mean?
Just last week, the people of Patterson erected a statue in the very spot where I was born.
The spot where you were born? Where was that?
Right in the middle of the Greyhound bus depot.
You were born right in the middle of the Greyhound bus depot?
It was raining and my mother couldn't get a taxi.
Costello, you talk like an nincompoop. Tell me, does your whole family suffer from stupidity?
Indeed not. They enjoy every minute of it.
Hey there, Costello. I want to talk to you.
Mister, do I owe you any money?
No.
Mm-hmm. Did I ever give you a tip on any of my horses?
No.
Have you got a red-headed sister in Chicago?
No.
Okay, go ahead and talk to me.
Do you give away prizes on this program? Can I win a refrigerator or something?
Nope.
Well, goodbye. I've got to go hurry over to the Gangbusters radio show. Last week I got $164 on that program.
Wait a minute. Gangbusters don't give away anything.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm a pickpocket, too.
Now I know where I saw that guy, Abbott. It was the 30th anniversary party. Yours. Remember you had a swimming pool filled up with bourbon?
Yeah, the whole swimming pool was filled with bourbon. What fun.
Yes, I never saw so many people going down for the third time with smiles on their faces.
Well, never mind that. The whole town's talking about my anniversary party. Didn't my wife Betty look beautiful? I'm very proud of my wife. Every man in town was fighting over her, but I got her.
Abbott, you didn't fight hard enough.
My wife is a beautiful woman. She hasn't got a wrinkle in her face.
She hasn't, huh? Then what are those things? Dents?
Costello, you know nothing about women. I don't even know why I even discussed the subject of women with you.
Well, it's not my fault, Abbott. I led a very sheltered life. And I met a lovely little redhead, and I learned about women from her.
You did?
I'll never forget our first date. We sat on the riverbank in the moonlight. She moved closer to me, then I moved closer to her. Then the moon went behind a cloud. Then it happened.
What?
She let me tighten the string on her ukulele.
Didn't she kiss you, Lou?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Oh, boy.
How did it make you feel?
How did it make me feel?
Yeah.
Did you ever stand on a hot buttered waffle and have somebody pour maple syrup down your spine?
How did you get along with her, Lou?
Oh, good. The second time we had a date, I took her sightseeing on a bus.
Rubberneck?
No, but I tickled her a little.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vaughn.
Well, Viola Vaughn.
That's my line, Lou.
Take it.
Well, Viola Vaughn. I understand you bought a new car. How do you like driving in California?
Well, it would be. That's yours.
Be.
Go ahead.
It would be all right if it weren't for the pedestrians.
What's wrong with the California pedestrians?
Well, I was driving down here tonight, and one of them whizzed right past my windshield. The dirty coward was pole vaulting across the street.
Sneaky devils, ain't they? Viola, why don't you take me for a ride down the beach tonight?
I should say not.
Ah, Costello, Viola's only kidding you. She really likes you, but you've got to do something to show that you like her.
That's right, Costello. Do something brave.
Do something brave?
Uh-huh.
I know what I'll do. I'll join the army and help fight the British.
But we're not fighting the British.
That's all the better. That way nobody can get hurt.
Costello, you know, you've been acting kind of queer lately.
Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it, you're right, Viola. Yesterday afternoon, I saw him sitting up in a tree in Griffith Park.
Costello, what were you doing up in that tree?
Signing autographs?
Signing autographs?
Yes, the robins thought I was Woody Woodpecker.
Costello, here's another thing. Why do you always carry an umbrella on your arm? Why don't you get a girl on your arm? You know, a girl is much nicer than an umbrella.
Oh, I don't know, kiddo. When you're through with a girl, can you fold her up and hang her in a closet?
Why, you simple-minded, no-good, low-down...
Now, just a minute, Mr. Abbott. Have you ever stopped to consider that Costello's reasoning capacity and his functional capabilities for logical delineation are coordinated, comprehensive, and negligible? Is it compulsory to you to abuse this poor, moronic, social incompetent simply because the poor slob doesn't possess the mental capacity of an imbecile?
But Viola...
Just a minute, Abbott. You've had this coming to you for a long time. Let her finish. Continue. Tell them what a slob I am.
Viola, I can't help it if Costello's stupid.
Who's stupid? I want to tell you something, Abbott. I'm always studying, always reading. I just finished a book called When Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman in Dracula's Garden, where the Spider Woman killed the cat girl.
What's the story about?
Two bums living in the La Brea tar pits.
Well, I've got to go now, boys. I'm taking my painting lessons.
Do you paint?
Oh, yes. I draw birds with charcoal. I paint flowers in watercolor.
What do you do in oil?
Fry potatoes. Come on, Custer.
You know, Abbott, there's a girl going places.
She is?
Yes, sir. If she hurries, she can be the first one in line to collect her unemployment insurance.
I'll get him out.
Now, while we take the 60-second intermission, we'd like you to consider this.
Star of the Abbott and Costello Show, Hal Winters.
I'd like to sing a song that belongs to the month of January as much as White Christmas belongs to December. With Matty Malnick's orchestra, here is the Ralph Ranger, Leo Robin perennial, June and January.
can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you. The night is cold, the trees are bare, but I can feel the scent of roses in the air. It's June in January because I'm in love, but only because I'm in love with you.
Hey, Abbott. I just made an important discovery. I think I can safely announce that Governor Dewey will run for president in 1952.
Oh, what makes you think that?
He just started taking piano lessons.
You know, Costello, ever since you started playing the part of Sam Shovel, private detective, you've got your nose in everybody's business. You've been as busy as an ant.
Ants are busy?
Certainly.
Then why are they always going to picnics?
Will you talk sense? What is that letter you have in your hand?
Well, Abbott, it's another fan letter. Listen to this. Dear Lou Costello, a Sam Shovelly detective, you are the greatest thing on radio. I love your show. But my wife won't listen to it. She says she needs you like she needs a hole in the head. I'm sending her to see you tonight.
Mr. Costello, there's a lady to see you.
What does she look like?
She's a short, fat woman with a hole in her head.
Oh, never mind now. What is your Sam Shovel detective story for tonight, Luke?
I think I'll do one of my old Western cases. I call it the case of the general, who opened up a drive-in and was caught selling horse meat, or Custer's last hamburger stand.
Well, now you're talking. Let's do it.
I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I remember my first case. Three-eyed Maxie the murderer. He had three eyes. He was the only man in the world with 20/20/20 vision. And there was my second case. Terrible Tony, the toughest gangster in Los Angeles. He was a bronze giant with muscles of steel and an iron fist. I had to shoot him. May he rust in peace. 15 years in the detective business takes a lot out of you. But I feel as strong and vigorous as the day I started. Right now I could tear Superman in half. But I don't want to ruin the rest of the paper. I feel kind of thirsty. I go to the sink. This Los Angeles water is getting hotter every day. I glance out of my window. There's the headquarters of the Republican Club. On the window there's a sign, GOP. I just found out what GOP means. Gone out permanently. I look down at my desk. There's my new wristwatch. My new wristwatch. It's a shock-proof, non-magnetic, waterproof watch. The directions say don't take this watch out of the box. Fresh air ruins it. I think I'll give it to my secretary. What a secretary. She got the job the hard way. The hard way. She knew how to type. Lying next to my watch is my shotgun. I decide to see if it's loaded. I pointed at the floor and pulled the trigger. I looked down at the floor. When did I buy open-toed shoes? I reach in my coat pocket. Here's a wallet I found last night. I hope I can find the owner. A check. I check to see what's in the wallet. Here's a card. If found, return to Mr. Nichols. Delmar Hotel. Here's a driver's license issued to Mr. Nichols, Delmar Hotel. Here's a birth certificate with the name Nichols. Here's the pink slip for a new Hudson sedan issued to Mr. Nichols, Delmar Hotel. Well, here's $600 in cash. Looks like I'll have to keep the money. Serves that guy right. He should carry some identification. The name on the money is Washington. Now, let me see. Oh, yes. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Abbott had a pretty tough week chasing crooks. Monday night he was held up on Main Street. Tuesday night he was held up on Broadway. Wednesday night he was held up on Sunset Boulevard. If Abbott would stay out of those saloons, he wouldn't need anybody to hold him up. Lieutenant Abbott don't have to work. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. This was okay until he found out that all the other kids had tongues. It's not easy to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Up to the time Abbott was 19, all he could say was Rogers Brothers, 1847. Before he became a detective, Abbott was a motorcycle cop. He was the only cop on the force that had traffic eyes. Real traffic eyes. They'd always look both ways before crossing each other. No matter what case Lieutenant Abbott goes out on, he's never stuck. Hello, Sam Shovel, private detective speaking.
Hello, Sam. This is Lieutenant Abbott. Sam, what time do the vaults open in the Fourth National Bank?
At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Not till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
That's right, Lieutenant Abbott. You can't get in those vaults till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Who wants to get in? I'm trying to get out.
Suddenly, my door opened.
Sam Shovel.
It was my pal, Lieutenant Abbott. He was scared to death. He was perspiring. He was sweating bullets. Lieutenant Abbott, how'd you get out of that bank vault?
Sam, I'll tell it to you all in a nutshell.
Can't you tell it to me here? I don't think we'd both fit in a nutshell.
Sam, I've been working on a series of bank burglaries. Monday night, the Kelly gang held up the First National Bank. Tuesday, they held up the Second National Bank. Wednesday, they held up the Third National Bank. So tonight, I was waiting for them at the Fourth National Bank.
And you caught them?
Nah. Tonight, they held up the First National Bank again. But enough about myself. Enough about my trouble, Sam. Sam, you don't look good. What's the matter?
I didn't get any sleep last night, Lieutenant. A burglar climbed into my bedroom window and made me get out of bed. I stood there shivering in my long underwear.
Why didn't you holler for help?
He had a gun, and I was afraid to open my trap. After the burglar left, I still couldn't get any sleep. I was worried about my brother Pat. He kept poking his head into my room.
Well, lots of guys poke their heads into their brother's rooms.
On the end of a stick?
Sam, did you hear those shots?
They came from the office next door.
Who runs that office next door?
An organization called the American Society of Patriotic Americans for the Preservation of Freedom in the United States of all and for all patriotic Americans.
What do they do?
They're foreign spies.
Sam, look. There's the guy that did the shooting. He's coming in here. He's got a gun.
So this is the place I've been looking for, eh? Where's Sam Shovel, the private detective?
What do you want with him?
I'm going to kill him. I hate radio detectives. I hate them all. The Thin Man, the Fat Man, Ellery Queen. But most of all, I hate Sam Shovel. I'm going to gouge his eyes out. I'll fill him with lead. Now, who are you?
Oh, I'm just an ordinary policeman. Honest, mister, I'm not a radio detective.
And you? Who are you, fatso?
Well, I'm, I'm the... Don't stand there, Rabbit. Hand me my cookbook.
Cookbook? Who are you?
Don't you recognize me? Mary Margaret McBride.
Oh, so you're the one that gives out those recipes, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if there's anything I hate worse than radio detectives, it's those recipe programs. I'll kill them all. I'll kill them like a hare.
We'll wind up tonight's hijinks in just a moment, folks, after a little advice from this fellow.
Are you sure the folks at home like this Sam Shovel series we're doing?
Oh, certainly, Abbott. Listen to this letter. Dear Lou Costello, other radio detectives get you to listen, expecting something big on their shows. Then in the end, they have nothing. You never disappoint the listener. You have nothing right from the start.
Well, now, that's quite a compliment to our writers.
Oh, for sure. And I'm glad they heard that fan letter, folks, because our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Collin, Pat Costello, Martin Raguel, and Leonard Stern.
And our producer is Charles Vander. See you all next Thursday. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Thanks. Good night, everybody. All over the world.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.